Good morning, everyone. The time is now 11:30, and it's my great pleasure to welcome everybody to the final FOODCoST Conference. My name is Eric Hunter. I'm an associate professor at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and I've been part of this project as the Work Package 5 leader. And it's my honor today to be your compare. And if you don't know what compare is, that means that I'm the person that's going to tell you how much time you have left when you're talking. So when I raise this piece of paper, it means you have just a few minutes left. And this is very important because we have a jam-packed, star-studded list of speakers today, but not a lot of time. So 5 minutes left. Just a few things I want to mention before we introduce our first speaker. The bathrooms are in the corner over there. I think most of you have already found the refreshments over there, and there's also Wi-Fi over there and the password in case you need it. So with that said, I'd like to welcome Dr. Michiel van Galen from Wageningen. Honorary Doctor Michiel van Galen, the rock star in our project, the leader of our project. Warm welcome and applause for Michiel.
Thank you, Eric, for the great introduction. I'm not a doctor, maybe sometime in the future, but at this point I'm just a project coordinator, which is obviously a little bit below doctor. It's great to have you here. I will take the first 10 minutes to introduce the final conference, to welcome you all, and to introduce also the program of today. So, good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us here in Brussels at the final conference. It is a pleasure to bring together so many researchers, companies, policymakers, NGOs, and other practitioners to reflect on how we can better account for true costs of our food system. Let me start also with a thank you to our speakers and panelists who have agreed to participate in today's conference, to share their thoughts and to help us make this conference to a meaningful whole. Thank you also to our members of the community of practice, who are also part of the audience, and also online. So the community of practice members have been instrumental in shaping and testing many of the ideas that we will discuss today. Thank you also to our project partners, the European Commission, also present here today and online in a few minutes. Our advisory board, many members also here today, led by Professor von Braun. from the University of Bonn, who will also be speaking later. And then also a warm welcome to those joining us online. I'm not sure where to look, but I think they can see us. We have a live stream on YouTube, and I hope that many of the people online will keep joining us throughout this event until the end. I think that your presence here today, our venue is almost filled, reflects something important, that addressing externalities in the food system is not only an urgent challenge, but also a major opportunity. And that is exactly where true cost accounting comes in. Together with internalization strategies, it offers powerful ways to make the impacts of the food systems visible and also to drive more sustainable and equitable food systems. To set the scene, why does true cost accounting matters? Food systems have wide-ranging impacts, we all know, environmental, social, health and animal welfare, across the entire value chain from input suppliers all the way to consumers. Many of these impacts are externalities, and they affect human and animal well-being, but they are not reflected in market prices. As a result, decisions across the food system are not aligned with societal goals. At the same time, there has been real progress, and many of you here present in the room have contributed to that progress. A lot has been done to increase transparency in food systems. LCA methods have been developed, databases have been published. There is a lot more known today than there was 100 years ago about the impacts of the food systems. And we are also changing our behavior accordingly. Nobody, in the Netherlands at least, maybe it varies of course, but nobody in the Netherlands is burning their trash in the backyard anymore. It's just because we know it produces externalities. At the same time, incentives have not kept pace with the ambition. There is a broad consensus that change is needed, but the drivers for action remain limited, and change is slow. Barriers have been encountered and also researched in our project. So then, let me, sorry, I'll go back one slide. The good news is that the foundations for true cost accounting are stronger than ever, and we've seen major advances scientifically. Institutionally and in practical applications. The FOODCoST project has contributed a lot to that, and I will show some examples of that. So TCA is not just an analytical tool, it's an opportunity to make food systems more sustainable and to make incentives work in real worlds. And the alternative is also clear: continued pressure on planetary boundaries, more drastic policy interventions needed, and increasing instability in the system. So the FOODCoST project has been running from June 2022 until May 2026. So this is our final conference. We have 1 month left to work. We are working hard to finish all the deliverables, and we are also, of course, thinking about what comes next, which will also be a major part of this day. FOODCoST is funded by the European Commission, the European Union, and by UK Research and Innovation. A big thank you to those funding institutions. We brought together a consortium of 24 partners from 14 countries, which has been a good thing, for an asset for the project, but I would say also a challenge at times, and we have also learned to agree to disagree on some issues. Nevertheless, I think that this consortium has done important work and that we have succeeded in fulfilling all the objectives of the project, which were to build a FOODCoST stakeholder platform. I think that your presence here shows that we have succeeded, and we have organized many different get-togethers and co-creation events throughout the course of the project. To create a harmonized methodology for the valuation of externalities and an EU global database of externality data, I would say we did not fully harmonize all methodologies, and I also think that ambition was a bit too much, but we did get to the point where we agree that various methodologies can have various purposes, and we do also put forward pointers for harmonization. In the future, we participated in many events that work on harmonization, to name also the work of the True Cost Accounting Accelerator. And finally, to develop a framework for internalization through policies and business models, which we will also discuss later today. I'm going to skip this one. Some key results. Okay, this is not my latest version of the PowerPoint, but an overview of the assessment of existing approaches and data, and a guide that will be published later after the end of the reviewing period of this project. We made methodological advances in various areas. I can mention work by the University of Nuremberg on health cost, published recently. Work on animal welfare, work on child labor. In a lot of the food cost case studies, we have advanced methods and data. We published a database on external cost at country level, the SPIC-FS database, which was made primarily by the University of Oxford, and we use also that data in the policy models that we use in the project. We published an overview of and insights into policies for internalization, and also we did work on the business models for the internalization of externalities and the barriers for implementing them. Finally, we integrated a lot of the work from the SPIC-FS database into the policy modeling, Magnet and Capri, and we gathered a lot of insight from 11 case studies. We published more than 20 scientific papers, we participated in many events, and we published other outputs, leaflets, policy abstracts, and of course our deliverables. Then what comes next? We continue to work on the development and the convergence of methods. We are still organizing a workshop on standardization. We continue our work on a roadmap that gathers all the insights for the project and from the project, and that will put out research and innovation priorities. We will discuss this later also today in our COP. We keep advancing databases. We will work on the further integration of externality data in policy modeling, enhancing the research advice to policymakers. And we hope to contribute also to the uptake by the industry, policymakers, and consumers and governments in the future. None of this can be done without the collaboration within the TCA community, which we will continue even beyond the end of the project. In the end, I think that more transparent food systems and better informed decision making and incentives is the goal to ultimately drive sustainable food systems. I will close off with one more slide. That is the agenda and the introduction of our sketch artist. Today we have Alessandra Saviro. Alessandra, where are you? In the back. And Alessandra will sketch, she draws the whole event. So instead of having a written minutes of everything that has been said here, we will have a sketch I think, of what we are doing. And well, normally I would say I anticipate that it would be a boring thing to sketch, but it will not. We see it here online already starting to emerge. And I'm really looking forward to what she can draw from this event. Eric, you are introducing. I also introduced maybe Eric. He introduced himself, but Eric will be guiding us throughout today through the program. So thank you for that, Eric.
Our next speaker today is from the European Commission. This is Fabian Santini, and he will be joining us online to discuss EU agri-food market policies and the FOODCoST project.
Thanks, Eric. You can hear me well?
We hear you well, but we don't see you. Now we see you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot. And sorry, it's a bit awkward that somebody from the Commission, DG Agri, probably not very far normally in my office from where you are right now, speaks online. But they were conflicting agenda, and so I speak to you from Strasbourg, where I was at another event. So glad to be with you. You introduced me. I work on the market side of the DG Agri, and Michiel already hinted at the fact that markets are important in this issue. So I'm glad to be here with you to reflect on this. So in the FOODCoST project, you are investigating furthermore in a very long-standing issue, which is these debates on externalities and their internalization, and looking at these methodologies for true costs. Because indeed there is a cost for sustainability, whether environmental or socioeconomic, there's a cost for the farmers. The issue for us in market policy is to be sure that these costs are shared fairly throughout the chain, so that they are not imposed by the stronger actors on the farmers. And we have many tools for this purpose in the agri-food policies, and I would like to have some minutes to go through them and try to identify where food costs in fact can bring some help in continuing this process. First, one preliminary remark, and we still have a lot of minimum sustainability requirements. The Green Deal has not vanished. There are plenty of rules that restrict the farming practices, and when it comes to unsustainable or less sustainable practices, and it's not the place to debate whether they are enough or not enough. There are plenty of debates somewhere else. But the fact is that they are still there, and and we still aim to have an ambitious level of sustainability as the basic requirement throughout the EU. And this is precisely why, in fact, we are discussing in other fora the question of mirror clauses. Because if we have such an ambition, we also need to be sure that the efforts of our farmers are not undercut by unfair competitions from non-EU producers. And in fact, we have a lot of mirror clauses, carbon, pesticides, growth hormones, hygiene, antimicrobials, etc. So we already have this basic level. Still, there are things that are not captured, and there are external costs that are not captured and are not remunerated by the market, like said Michiel. And the traditional avenue in CAP would be to address them through subsidy, to offset the income foregone and the cost incurred. With or without the incentive element, this is the rationale still for the agri-environmental climate commitment, the eco schemes. It is the case also for a lot of non-EU payments, like state aid schemes that have the similar objectives. A little side remark at this moment, because we are talking of costs. But the fact is that we also need not only to know what are the hidden costs, we also need to know what are the hidden benefits, the positive externalities of farming. They can be also very important for policymakers to give legitimacy to some of our tools, in particular all the income support that is not linked to additional costs or income loss. In the debate, for example, and we are coming to very soon to a livestock strategy in the Commission, in the debate around extensive livestock farming, these are important elements to address, to be part of the equation and the reflection. But speaking of subsidy, we only speak of, roughly speaking, I made a calculation based on the value of production in the agriculture accounts. We're speaking about 10 to 15% of the agriculture output. So most of the revenues of the farmer, what the money that is cashing in the farms, is coming from the market, not from the subsidies. And hence the challenge is for farmers to be remunerated correctly and fairly by the market for all the efforts they do in terms of sustainability. Here we have a wealth of policy tools that are addressing this. I will start from the demand side, probably the weakest part of it, but let's start from the demand. From the demand, if you want to have willingness to pay by consumers for sustainable products or with features of sustainability, they need to be credible. They need to know that the information is credible, and we have many labeling quality schemes that are existing throughout our markets and that are giving, some people say too many, but they are giving this kind of information. Some are official EU schemes. Organic production is a scheme that gives you this kind of certainty, and it's a rather credible one. Others are national, others are private. There is a wealth that is delivering this information. I want to say that just recently we've gone further with the targeted amendment to the CMO that was adopted and gave rise to a political agreement on the 5th of March by securing a better definition for two important types of schemes that are reflecting some sustainability aspects. Fair schemes and or not only fair trade, schemes claiming that they are fair in the value chain, and short supply chains. And now we have 2 years to come with delegated acts that will reinforce even further the credibility of these two designations. There are mixed views whether what we can do in labeling. And in fact, when Michiel spoke about the methodology, this ambition to have one single methodology fits all, and the conclusion that maybe you could have a lot of different methodologies that could coexist with this. I was thinking when he said that, oh, that looks like what I think about labeling. So that's also where there are a bit of mixed views. But beyond labeling, we also have other avenues in our vision for agriculture and food, which is our roadmap for the moment. And one of them is food procurement. Make the sustainable option more easy to select, and there you again would need evidence-based fact methodologies to assess what you're talking about. We will come on the 1st of July 2026 with a proposal for revision of the Public Procurement Directive, where this aspect of sustainability will be addressed, including for food, not only for food, but including for food. More generally, the governance of food systems is another tool on which we have a potential. There are many food strategies developed. There are many food councils that are established. There is a lively activity. We are starting in the Commission a new pilot project on food democracy that should also tell us how these tools could rely more on this tool cost accounting and better embed and give a place to sustainable products on the market. Other issues like food environment, publicity, marketing strategies, etc., are also things that could be on the radar. Just one remark there on the demand side, it's the issue of affordability. We are we just went through a very inflation peak in 2022, 2023, and we've all what it meant for the demand on sustainable into brackets products and the downgrading of the food demand by consumers, going back to more commodity and lower prices. That was which was a big hit for the economic and the business case of more sustainable agri-food products. We have to look at that. If too many of our citizens cannot afford healthy and sustainable food because of their price, but then there we have a problem. So we will have very soon an anti-poverty strategy that will be published by the Commission, and it will contain some words on the food. And we are also carrying out a bigger study on food affordability and reviewing the toolkit we benefit in this area. And how could it be toolkit at EU and national level, and how could they be improved? For all these tools that I mentioned, evidence-based approach and methods will be key to support policy development. So again, food costs will be an important vehicle of progress. But once demand is there, this is not the end of the story. We have to ensure that the added value generated by the demand reaches farmers and is shared fairly. Not all the costs should remain on the shoulders of the farmers, while the benefits would stay within intermediaries, retailer, processors, whoever is smarter to capture this marketing-like this added value. For this, we need first an agri-food supply chain that works properly. So we have, in the Commission, we are investing heavily in improving the position of farmers in the food supply chain, and this is in particular important when it comes to markets for sustainable products. So we have, I will not repeat, well, I will repeat them, but very shortly, the contents of this targeted amendment of the CMO that gave rise to a political agreement on the 5th of March, but that we have a stronger support to producer organization where farmers can get the real bargaining power and be more in position to transmit their costs to their selling price. We have more written contracts with full transparency, more based on the indicators, and again, for sustainable products, these indicators of costs will be also very important. More transparency in general in the food chain. Michiel mentioned it. It's very important, not only for sustainable products, but in general. And we have this agri-food chain observatory now that is working since 2 years. And even in the UTP, Unfair Trading Practices Directive universe, we are reflecting in this process on how could these questions raise the evaluation signal that there's an unfair trading practice, felt being to be unfair, is this transfer of all corporate social responsibility commitments costs to the farmers by the downstream operators, and we will assess this. This is a working food chain is more challenging for sustainable products because they are less commodity-like. They are more niche specific. You have less information. The transparency is more difficult to ensure, even just for the organic, which is rather well standardized at EU level. Even for the organic markets, we fail to have the same degree of transparency as the one we have in general for agri-food. So that's really a challenge to have a properly working food chain also for more higher sustainability products. This is why we are betting in the Commission on another tool that started in 2021. It's the tool providing an exception to competition rules for sustainability agreements, Article 210A of the CMO. When the demand generation and the strengthening of the position of the farmer tools is not enough, what we propose since 2021 is that farmers together in a horizontal setting of cooperation or with other actors of the chain in vertical agreements can agree together to derogate to competition, to favor the marketing and the distribution of the costs for sustainable products. This exception to competition looks like a little article somewhere in an obscure regulation, the CMO, but it's a very powerful one. It's a very powerful one because it can explicitly cover quantity restrictions or quantity management and price agreements between competitors and with buyers and sellers. So it's very powerful. The purpose is to support people who would like to market products that are produced according to production methods that go beyond the normal sustainability standards, the baseline, and that for which it would be indispensable to agree so that these products emerge easier on the market. And it's covered climate, environment, circular economy, animal health, welfare, some of the social health issues like antimicrobials and pesticides. So that's a rather wide scope. And this indispensability test, in these tests that we have to demonstrate that they should be indispensable, we need data. And so the measure of true cost is essential, and your work will ease the adoption of such exceptions while avoiding that it turns to greenwashing. So far, we have only one example. It's close to not 5 years yet, 4.5 years. So it shows you that there is interest, but there is a complexity. And of course, if you want to put on the table something that derogates to competition, you will always have this fear factor that you would get caught by competition authorities. So it's very important to have this element of data and evidence base behind this to support it. The only example we have is about organic and high environmental value wines in Occitanie in France, for which we agreed, the Commission agreed, that they publish an orientation price, so which is a price-setting exception to competition. So we also recently expanded the scope of this Article 210A. It's not in force yet, but we expanded it to some socio-economic fields of the sustainability, for example, the protection of small family farming, generation renewal, and the working conditions on farm and in the premises of industries that are dealing with agricultural products. So as you could hear from me, for all these policy tracks I mentioned, demand and supply aspects, food cost is very timely. It highlights it highlights what are the concrete facts that are behind all these issues, and it brings really elements that are concrete. And I'm convinced that the rest of this conference and the continuation of the project and the fact that it will continue even after the project, as Michiel said, will provide key inputs to making all these aspects of the vision and the Commission vision for agriculture and food even more real. So that's why I thank you in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabian. It was a pleasure to have you here and listen to you. Now I'd like to invite our next speaker up. This is Professor Joachim von Braun from Bonn University, and he's going to talk about true costs in the context of Africa and EU partners. Welcome.
Thank you. We know that the externalities in the food systems are large, relatively speaking, and absolute. So I venture to say that the benefit-cost ratio of the FOODCoST project will be very positive if even a small amount of these externalities get integrated, which I believe is the case. My second remark up front is congratulations to the management team. The project was well managed, is well managed, Michiel and colleagues. I will talk from the external side, considering true cost from the Africa and EU relations perspective. I'm pleased to introduce Professor Bashasha and Dr. Rosemary Isoto. Why don't the two of you wave a little bit so that people catch you for questions in the breaks over lunch. It was a pleasure to cooperate with you. The research which we did in Africa is in Uganda, complemented by work in Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, with partners from University of Pretoria. So we complemented the food cost research with other research which we did at the Center for Development Research on externalities. the agricultural exports from Africa are a tremendous benefit for the economies. Let me start with that positive remark. You can glance at this slide how these benefits in terms of national income, employment, etc. are figuring for the economies as a whole and for the farming communities. But the externalities which we have been looking at with detailed field work and economic assessments create misleading price signals, reduce income and job opportunities, undermine sustainability, and limit progress towards agri-food systems transformation, and create fairness problems. Just to touch on a few key issues up front before coming to more detail, briefly. Child labor is a significant issue among the social externalities. Let me underline that this is a rights issue, but it is also an economic externality issue. Theoretically, if child labor increases the gap between private returns and social returns, that increment is an economic and social externality issue which needs to be addressed. It materializes through education, loss on education, and through effects for child health. Land use change is big. I come back to that. In a number of countries, actually not everywhere. In Uganda, actually in coffee, not big. So we have to take a careful look. Living income is a significant issue. By the way, what I present to you was brought together from the research in various countries in a workshop in Entebbe, Uganda, a few months ago. And this issue of living income did play some role. We have to look at true costs and true productivity when addressing externality issues. I circled here the Africa situation. This is the part of land expansion as part of the total part of the productivity growth. The green part is the so-called TFP, the total factor productivity. That's still rather relatively small. And as productivity, which is quite significant, between 2.5% and 3% in Africa, as long as this is so much land using, the land-related, soil-related, deforestation-related issues remain large. So that hints at the key importance of investing in public goods research that brings up the green part of the column. Looking at what the food system, about which we will talk through the whole workshop, looks like in all four components: income, employment, nutrition, health, processing, and markets and services, externalities arise. We need a comprehensive look in the food system that needs to go beyond a value chain approach. The four types of food systems externalities which we address, the environmental, the economic and social, cultural and health externalities, matter for our research. Let's look at results from our East Africa research in each of these four boxes. In the social externalities, we added quite a bit of new insights on child labor. In Uganda, for instance, 14% of children in coffee-producing households are involved in child labor. And more worrisome, a quarter of them are exposed to so-called hazardous child work. And that really needs attention through schooling, incentives through information and regulation. So in each of these issues, I put a few buzzwords, what to do, not just raising the problem, but we have to push forward what to do. And each of these actions actually entail costs. But these costs, if carefully studied, the cost of internalization need to be compared with the cost of inaction. And these returns typically are very high. Health externalities, agrochemicals and pesticides. Our green bean study in Kenya had quite a bit of worrisome findings there. On environmental externalities, I hinted already at it. In Uganda, only 6% of the coffee plots were established on former forested land in the last 15 years. So the focus on trees in Ugandan coffee expansion would be rather misleading. Not negligible, but that's not the big issue. In Western Kenya, the story is different. I should highlight that. So what land went into coffee? Well, this was cropped land. The biodiversity in coffee under shaded trees compared with maize production actually maybe a gain in biodiversity. So I argue that from an environmental perspective, we really have to carefully look what's happening on the plots when land transformation happens. Among the economic externalities, the food loss and waste issue is significant. There, the same applies as to child labor. So when the gap between social and private returns is widening due to food waste, we need to focus on that. But we shouldn't do double counting. Food produced and its greenhouse gas emissions are counted as an externalities in production. So I'm really glad about the methodological progress that was made by the studies of the FOODCoST project, which highlights these issues in this, I'm afraid, 400+ page document. We have to get it down so that the good messages are not lost. Colleagues, at the closure of the Uganda Entebbe workshop with East African policymakers and traders and practitioners, these key conclusions were highlighted. Trade and development partners as stakeholders need to move towards acceptable international standards among EU, Africa, and beyond. ISO standards should be the yardstick. I think this is very important as we can expect, hopefully, that a new trade arrangement between EU and Africa will emerge pretty soon with the African Continental Free Trade Agreements. And readiness for that, not overdoing regulation, but bringing in externalities at appropriate scale is important. I list issues here on the role of governments. If you ain't counting it, it doesn't count. That's the old mantra for projects like these. And there was a lot of counting done. I think governments can pick that up to integrate TCA. The private sector and retail sector, we really must be careful that we are not shifting the compliance costs to the poorest, to the smallholders. So there is an equity issue of enforcement, which worried the participants of the Entebbe workshop a lot, the representatives of smallholder coffee and cocoa production, etc. strengthening farmers' organizations and informing consumers for development-sensitive sustainability rules at home and abroad, I think, is significant. Here you see the community, the Minister of Agriculture and other policymakers came. Thank you again to our Ugandan and East African colleagues to pull this off. It is a sensitive issue because people in policy and practice are suspicious that externalities are creating, the internalization of externalities are creating new costs and change competitiveness. But it's easy to explain that it's simply bad economics if we don't count it. Thank you.
Okay, as you might have guessed, we're running about 5 minutes over time. So as I welcome our next speakers up, we're going to put up some, it's already up, thank you. Looking great. The next speakers today are going to be Professor Matteo Vitiari and Valeria Musso from the University of Bologna. And they're going to talk about navigating the transition of true cost food systems in Europe, scenario evidence, and policy implications. Welcome.
So, good morning to everybody, and I'm Matteo Vituari, clearly, and I'm sharing the presentation together with the colleague Valeria Musso. So, we are trying to summarize a bit the work that we have conducted in order to develop scenarios within the project, trying to take you through the activities that we have conducted and the results that we have obtained. The work package we were working at was aiming at, let's say, understanding the efficiency and the relevance of policy recommendation and business models and strategies in internalizing food system externalities. And we wanted to compare, starting from a baseline, to compare alternative scenarios in order to understand the potential impacts, taking advantage of the engagement of different stakeholders. In terms of activities, we co-created scenarios, again, combining policy and business models and strategies. We co-developed an online toolbox with the aim to try to facilitate the understanding of what we have been doing in the project to a non-technical audience. This is quite important as researchers, so not only to perform activities, but to find better ways to tell our story and improving the way that we can reach out and engage different stakeholders. And this is quite important in a setting like, or in an area like true cost accounting that need to be shared and that require the engagement of many different typologies of stakeholders. And then we co-developed a monitoring framework and protocol using different KPIs to monitor the internalization strategies in case studies. Few elements on the scenario work. So we wanted to build potential future scenarios for the internalization of the externalities. The scenarios has been based, let's say that they have been quite quantitative. So they have been based on the co-creation, engaging a number of stakeholders in a number of meetings, using strategic foresight and participatory scenario planning. But they also had a number of quantitative elements that we had the opportunity to get from the development of the general equilibrium models of Magnet and Capri that were developed within the project. The scenarios we're considering evolving policies implemented within the European context, which is very important considering the current situation. And the scope is to foresee a future, let's say by 2050, where externalities are addressed by public and private actors, taking into consideration possible trade-offs among impacts and the compensating measures. What are the scenarios? So a baseline, and then we developed a full production qualitative exploration through soft measures, pushing a pool consumption through market-based and soft measure, and a push consumption through fiscal measures. And we are going in the details of the different scenarios. The other important activity that we have carried out is the impact assessment of internalization strategies, and we have performed these activities by the qualitative assessment of the key drivers of change effects on stakeholders, the quantitative macroeconomic modeling of co-design scenarios, again through Magnet and Capri, and the development of a set of KPIs framework for monitoring impact of internalization strategies. And now Valeria will take us through the results of the scenario work.
Yeah, so thank you, Matteo. Exactly. So as Matteo was mentioning, the idea was to understand also through the discussion with stakeholders what typologies of measures are most effective in internalizing externalities, and we were really thinking a lot and reasoning with stakeholders about really if it's better to, is it really enough to only pull from the consumption perspective, or is it better to push through more fiscal measures? On the other side, is better or most effective on looking more at the production side and what we can do from what measure we can actually enact apply. So let's say that from a qualitative perspective, we try to validate, of course, this scenario with stakeholders, and then we tried for the impact assessment through the modeling to make some assumptions. Of course, these are only simplification of the main other, let's say, data that we collected. And let's say that through the modeling exercise, we actually assume that for the pooling consumption, for example, so basically starting from the studies and literature, we assumed an uptake of 30% of the population adopting a flexitarian diet and its impact by 2050. For the pushing production, we actually try to model and assume what happens if a tax per ton of GHG emission is applied using the marginal cost for 2020 from the SPIQ database. But also through Capri, we managed to also apply ammonia and nitrogen leaching tax, and also combining what happens if more, let's say, ban on hazardous pesticide is applied gradually, and what is if it's replaced by less harmful and health efficient pesticide for the future. The last scenario is more looking at what are the pushing measures for, always at EU level, for shifting diet. In that case, we assumed 40% tax of red meat by 2050, based on external cost of 1 kilo of red meat. And what if this 40% is actually redistributed for subsidizing plant-based, let's say, agricultural products, which actually in the end means removing VAT tax from those products. We also tried the scenario of what happens if a GHG emission tax is actually put on red meat, consumption level on the other side, but let's say it is less explored. Scenario. Let's say that one of the main output also from the stakeholder engagement activities was public acceptance. So this is why, let's say, we developed these scenarios. Acceptability from the public of stakeholder engagement really helped us, of course, to understand that, let's say, possibly pooling measures are more, let's say, acceptable, but probably with lower impacts for internalization of externalities, while the pushing one actually, what we call the pushing one, actually have the highest impact, but also probably less accepted and less easy to transfer also to stakeholders. One let's say, as Matteo was saying, the pooling production was added on a second time and only explored qualitatively. We really looked into what are the main look-ins for these kind of scenarios, which is mainly related to farmers, let's say the power imbalances, and also the high transition costs. So, of course, rewarding farmers for the positive benefits for their work is also very essential. And as it was also mentioned before by Fabian Santini, actually something that we didn't explore quantitatively, but we had a lot of course, discussion about this also during our workshop with stakeholders. Let's say that we cannot report all the results with the modeling, say, exercises. We'll try to look at, of course, the trade-offs. So what if we internalize environmental externalities? What are the impacts on those? What are the impacts on health externalities? But also what happens to the economy and the trade dynamics? Let's say that, of course, we are not able today to look into every detail, every variable that we looked at, but let's say that as we were expecting, but we're also able to quantitatively assess this. Of course, the largest GHG emission reductions are, let's say, coming from a pushing production scenario. And also we also, let's say, looked into what if we try to combine the pushing production and also soft and the other, let's say, measures on consumption. Because, of course, also from the stakeholder engagement, an integrated approach is the one that probably had the most impact. So also combining scenarios is actually, of course, able to reduce up to 50% of emissions by 2050. And of course, results are very different based on the two different modeling assumptions, but also data and also, let's say, functioning. So of course, we need to see also what the two models can capture, and they are also very much, let's say, compensating each other. So it was also interesting from a research perspective to do this modeling exercise. And also other kind of taxes on ammonia and nitrogen leaching is also really able to reduce water pollution, biodiversity. So we also look into other variables. From a health perspective, of course, consumption-driven externalities are, let's say, most effective in internalizing the health externalities, mainly from, of course, red meat, let's say, related to red meat consumption, and which is basically also related to the diet shift that we need to somehow try to do through towards flexitarian diet. On the economy, of course, also red meat production is affected, and most affected mainly in the pushing measures, and up to minus 30%, and producer prices, of course, also especially for the beef sector, are, let's say, mainly affected, except for, of course, the pooling consumption scenario. However, in our results, consumer prices are not that, let's say, affected. This is also because of the role of a processors that is actually able, as I was also mentioning before, to transfer the cost to consumer to a lower or say higher degree. But in this case, in this model, most of the time, mainly in the magnet model, this is actually working in a perfect competition scenario. So the trade effects, of course, play a role, but let's say we don't have the time to talk about it. Let's say that overall, we also try to look at cost-benefit ratio. So through the magnet modeling, we were able to see, let's say, what are the GDP effects. So what basically are the GDP loss per external cost saved, because it's very important to look also at the efficiency and effectiveness of this internalization strategy. While through the Capri model, we were able to look at welfare changes in the agricultural sector. So the efficiency gains mainly look at, of course, what are the welfare reduction in agriculture per external cost reduced. So overall, if we try to combine all the measures, all the scenarios, let's say that through the magnet modeling, we are able to save up to 70 billion external cost through the measures that we mentioned. Even if it's actually the cost-benefit ratio is the lowest. So basically, we risk us to lose more than, let's say, GDP, or it's not very much worth. But at the same time, let's say for the Capri perspective, in the end, this is actually lower because usually a magnet taking into account higher emissions levels and related external cost. Overall, let's say that looking at also the pushing production, let's say perspective, this is in the end one of the most preferred, also looking at cost-benefit ratio, since we still have the highest reduction in total emissions, but still a positive GDP increase. While, let's say, for the welfare changes in the combined scenarios, we have the lowest efficiency gains, while, let's say, in the pooling consumption and the pushing production, we still have some, let's say, welfare changes which are positive. So, of course, let's say, we acknowledge all the limitations in this case, which are linked to modeling assumptions and, let's say, the scope also that, of course, didn't grasp all the complexity. Some of the measures that could have been added actually, such as all related with sugar tax or organic agriculture, and like as I was saying, more pooling strategies won't have been quantitatively addressed in this study, but of course has been addressed in other studies in the project. So say that this is not within the scope of this work, but let's say that we are, of course, aware of this, but let's say that the main implication is the end that, so integrating these policies and looking both at the production side and consumption side, actually looking at the dietary shift and, let's say, trying to say, is actually somehow effective in internalizing external costs in food systems, both from a health perspective and environmental perspective, with the measures that we actually taken into account. Of course, as we were also mentioning before, food value chain approach is still needed, even if this, of course, evidence is interesting, but looking at other actors within the value chain is also very much crucial, and also trying to look at the transition cost of possibly the transition also to more sustainable agricultural practices is still something that needs taken into account, even if looking at these scenarios that we, let's say, look at in this project, in this task. Let's say that, of course, it was impossible to, let's say, mention all the impacts that we have been trying to, and the trade-off among the impacts that we try to, let's say, calculate and assess within this task. So that's why we, let's say, produce one of the output that we think is one of the main also output that is accessible also to the audience, to a wider audience, that is trying really to make available and accessible these results. We co-developed therefore this online toolbox. It's basically accessible through this QR code, but also on the say website of the FOODCoST project, and it's still under development. So I really ask you to wait for when the, let's say, final communication on social media will be out, actually communicating the final version of this tool. But it's interesting because you can, as a user, compare the scenarios, impacts, explore also the sectors, so the impacts in different sectors of the agriculture in the EU, but also we try to also grasp complexity and diversity of the impacts within countries in the EU, but also at global level when also trade is actually involved. So let's say that this is one of the main input. The other one is the monitoring framework. It is actually a protocol that tries to also monitor the impacts of internalization strategies through 27 KPIs that we developed. Of course, this is all available in our project reports. That, of course, and papers that we managed to publish and which will be available. And of course, we would like to thank you, all the team from the University of Bologna that, of course, collaborated with us, and Wageningen Social and Economic Research, and Eurocare, which we collaborated for this modeling exercise. And, of course, all the partners from the FOODCoST project that it was very nice to collaborate with you, and great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Outstanding work, but we all knew that about you already, that you do very good work. So I've been practicing all morning for our next speaker's name. I hope I pronounce my neighbor's name correctly. I'd like to welcome Espen Eide from the carbon accounting, and he's going to talk about carbon accounting in the Danish dairy industry. Did I get that right, Espen? Yeah. All right. Very well. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to see you all this morning and join the conversation. Also, thank you to FOODCoST, who has invited me to speak on their behalf, but using the Danish carbon dairy carbon system as a case. So before I begin, I would like to just give a little bit of contextual information that might be useful for you to have. Firstly, I'm speaking here on the premise of what you might have heard about as the Danish tripartite agreement. And as you have probably heard, we've had a quite conflictual or controversial election campaign, and we still don't have no government in place. However, whatever comes from that in the end doesn't really affect my main messages here today, so I just want you to know that because it's all in motion. Decisions are made already, so there might be some twists and turns, and there may things like that, and it may change the speed of some of the elements at some point, but the general direction and how businesses and how farmers are operating with this is on the move. So just for that. And secondly, as you might already have guessed, and as you can see on the also written there, is that I am a lobbyist, and before that I was a civil servant in the Danish government for many, many years. So I am not someone who makes do or die decisions on a farm or in a small dairy. So whatever I tell you here today, if it sounds easy or it's casual, please don't misinterpret that. This is actually something that demands a lot from the people who we expect to, still stock the shelves and at the same time perform the green transition. It's their livelihood that this is all about. So the attitude or the lightness that I might speak with here does not necessarily translate into everyday life for the people who have to deliver. So I just needed to say that. And move to the first slide here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Just as a background, this is the tripartite agreement, the roadmap to the tripartite agreement in Denmark. My message here is that in the Danish dairy business, actually the cost of emission has been on the agenda all the way between 2009 and 2015, so between the COP15 and the Paris Agreement. Dairies, particularly Arla, started to work on how to actually account for the footprint that they are contributing in the world. They did this with pilot projects and precursors to what later became the Climate Check and Farm Ahead program. And they did that early on as voluntary schemes for 150 to 200 farmers. This means that when we had the anticipated political call for substantial climate action with the elections in 2019, the dairy business was already kind of prepared for it. Not that we agreed with all the elements in it or that we were happy about taxing biological processes. We are definitely not happy about that. But mentally and practically, we were ready to engage in the conversation and in a meaningful way and trying to be part of the solution, and we still are. Elections and what's going on in the world notwithstanding. So now I have to find this again. All right, so this is still going on, and the full scheme is supposed to be implemented in 2030. And as we have already talked about, or previous speakers have talked about, it's very, very difficult to change anything without method and without data. And so of course, we rely on that as well. And there are no perfect solutions out there. But there are useful, internationally recognized and workable tools that are available and that you can implement. And that's what has been done. The method used in the Danish dairy case is the greenhouse gas protocol and using science-based targets, which means that the business basically has to account for all the emissions in all of its value chain. And I'll return to that because that is actually contradictory to what the UN methodology is and what you have to do on a national level. But anyway, I share the point of view and the message already delivered by others, speakers here, that you need a vehicle, you need a tool, a method to drive, and you need a roadmap, you need data to see where you're actually going and have a sense of your point of departure as well. And the last part is, to my mind, actually the most important part. You can get to your goal in a very old, pardon my French, shit car, but you can't get there without any fuel, right? So the data and the fueling of the system is actually essential. In a dairy processing unit or in a dairy, it's actually, I wouldn't say it's simple, but it's simpler than it is on farm. The dairy itself produces 20% of the emissions from producing dairy products, and those emissions mainly come from the use of energy, from heating and cooling. So, and with two main sources, gas and oil, or electricity. And you can see the distribution of the energy emissions there. So that's the point of departure for dairy, and as such, pretty quite straightforward, because dealing with externality costs from that is pretty much like optimizing any other operational cost that you're having in your dairy. You can bring down consumption levels, you can optimize your energy sources, you can apply different and new technologies, and you can implement the necessary behavioral, managerial, and administrative changes that is needed to run those new technologies and run those new procedures. So changing your modus operandi like this will be what you normally have to do to change in terms of the realities of either the market or government policy. So what are they actually doing? They try to make better power purchase agreements, they try to shift energy sources, they try to shift technology from gas boilers to electric boilers, and in general just improve efficiency in all kinds of ways that you can think of, and recirculating heat and things like that. So like I said, pretty much an optimization process directed specifically towards these externalization sources, as if you can call it that. On the farm, it looks a little bit different. They account for, first of all, they account for 80% of the emissions, and the costs here and the emissions are coming from biological processes with all the variation that entails. And there's a methane factor on top. So here, the animals themselves, the local climate, the soil quality, all of that comes into play, and it's a much more complex matrix that you have to deal with, and where you can change a boiler, you can change a motor, you can't really radically change the working of a cow. You can do quite a lot of stuff, and we will get back to that. But fundamentally, changing the biological process is not what you can do, and probably also not what you politically would be allowed to do, even if you could. So the dairies, if they want to change something substantial, and if they want to bring down production externalities, they can only do so by working closely together with the farms. And by choosing the Greenhouse Protocol and science-based targets, they are responsible for the whole value chain and actually acting through the whole value chain. So there's no way around working with the farmers to actually reach the goals. In Denmark, that is not very difficult in the sense that most of the dairies are owned by the farmers in co-ops, and which is in our case, of course, quite helpful. Yes. So how are we dealing with this? We're dealing with it primarily by introducing an incentive model. And the incentive model is derived directly from the main sources you just saw on the farm. The big five: feed, efficiency, fertilizer use, all of those things that mainly affect the emissions are the ones that you get points for bringing down and making improvements. And this incentive model really means that every farmer, from his point of departure, can try and see what are the areas where can I most easily actually make improvements, and I will be rewarded with so-called points. These points can be translated into various different. I'll get back to how you translate that. Just the ambitions first. The ambitions here is overall to reach a 35% production in Scope 1 and 2, which means on the dairies by 35%, and reduce Scope 3 emissions according to the Paris Agreement. And as you can see, in terms of Scope 1 and 2, it's going quite well, but not so in Scope 3, where there's a 3.7% increase. However, as we are using the methodology it also includes imported goods, and we're importing a lot of whey from Europe in general and producing it in Denmark. And so the milk production that is actually happening outside the border of Denmark, they are included here. And that is, in many ways, quite fair, but it's contrary to the UN principle where it's nationally set. So where you can actually import whatever, and it doesn't count as something that you're responsible for. So that's a very, very important difference and important to note, and why I'm also happy to hear today that you're putting a lot of serious work into methodology and how to, actually reach a better way of calculating and accounting for all of this. If you take the way out of the calculation, then actually you will see that there has been a 6% reduction in the average climate footprint in a production of milk, and that reduction, I don't know why this is in Danish. I'm sorry about that. But that reduction is primarily due to reduced use of peatland. So there's still a lot to be gained, and a lot of work to do on the other main factors that are part of the model. So if I just end by kind of reflecting or concluding on what we have seen with this Danish case, I would say that we have had a sense in the dairy business of a burning platform. I think the director of Arla at an early point in time said that for us this is basically our license to operate depends on our relation to society as a whole, and if we do not deliver on this agenda, if we are not responsible on this agenda, we will be punished by harsher policies than we would otherwise be. So that was the mindset. I think also it is important to note that, of course, when you look at all this, that the nature of externalities is that they are very, very difficult to measure and evaluate, and they are even more difficult to distribute fairly along the value chain. And I'm a big fan of the principle of the Japanese idea of ikigai. Don't look for perfection, look for improvement, because what we're seeing here is that we can calculate a lot of costs, but are we really sure that they reflect the actual costs? So we have to, perhaps not go for true costs, but go for the best approximation possible, and actually acknowledge that managing this transition is really very often a trade-off between externalities and undesirable costs and outcomes, and we have to balance those, and they are often conflictual. As an anecdote, I can tell you that in Denmark we have noticed that our dietary recommendation they have just been analyzed. Not a single person out of 4,000 people that were questioned were actually following the dietary guidelines exactly. But what we could see was that a lot, especially young women, were not drinking or consuming the recommended amount of dairy. They're still getting the calories, they're still getting the proteins that they need, but they are not getting the micronutrients they need. And that will have serious health repercussions later on, and that will be another externality, and that is not counted in anyways. So that is why I'm saying work on improvements, work on approximations, and work on finding the best possible balance between all these externalities at play. So policies and methodology, it's basically a political issue. What we also see in the Danish case, however, is that you can do a lot by yourself. You can make a business case from this. You can make an incentive model for your farmers to actually engage positively in this. And of course, I think that you have to say also, when you look at the case here, they have been working on this for quite long. And they are working on the basis of pilot project. So it's not like switching a button or putting a button and this is how we go along. So what we're seeing now, that the results we're seeing now is actually on the basis of 10 years of work already. And it also shows that if you have economies of scale, if you have really, really big companies who are driving on this, then you can move faster, and you need them in the process as well to actually be successful, I think. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I'd ask you to stay up here. Now we're inviting the panel discussants up to the platform here, and we're also going to be joined online by Fabian. We're running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but we actually planned for that. That's why we gave an extra long lunch. So I think we're on track. Sure. And I'll hand it over to Michiel again, who's going to run this for us.
Thank you, Eric. So we invite, you can take a seat wherever you want. We invite also the other speakers, Joachim, Matteo, and Valeria. You're going to the panel, and Fabian is online. Fabian, can you hear us? Yeah, there you are. And thank you for staying. We have asked the speakers to prepare for this panel. We have asked them a question through mail. I'm not sure whether you have all made up your mind yet, but now we've heard all the speakers so far, and I think that the presentations really captured well the various angles of the discussion. We asked you to think about what do you see as the most important next steps for true cost accounting to be introduced, to be effective, and to make further changes to our food systems, and also maybe to reflect on what are the main barriers for the introduction. And Mr. Santini, I'd like to start with you. What do you see as the most important next steps?
I missed your question, so it's not easy. So I didn't prepare.
Do you want to take some time reflecting
So
and
if
then?
you allow me to think about it
Of course,
in the 2 minutes.
of course.
Thank you.
So, Joachim, what is your thought on this? So, what do we do next?
I think the presentations and the project have shown significant progress on the environmental true cost accounting and actually also actions to address that. Where I see need for more research and action-oriented research, the next true cost project is in the field of health and social. We have collectively done more than scratching the surface, but there's a lot more to be done. Secondly, I feel it's important that we stay close to theory. What we are really interested in relating internalization to is how does it change all capital stocks, not GDP, because GDP doesn't consider externalities. I mean, it makes sense for the policymakers. You use GDP as denominator, but I think theoretically the delta of the physical, environmental, human capital, that delta should be the key as our target measure.
Thank you. Valeria and Matteo, do you want to reflect on the same question for us?
Yeah, we believe that true cost accounting is reflecting quite nicely the complexity of food systems. On the other side, it's quite technical still. And for non-economists, it is not always easy to understand what means internalization, what means an externality. And so I do agree that we have to keep a higher theoretical level. We need to focus still on methodology in order to be accountable and to make more solid, but we need also to reflect on how to better communicate the concept outside a niche of economists who are working on true cost accounting. And to me it was clear we had a seminar at the beginning of this week at the University of Bologna where we were talking about many issues related to true cost accounting without having the capacity to put everything together in the same place. And also nutrition and health are extremely important and should be better integrated probably. Environment is slightly better integrated. Nutrition and health, there is quite a lot of work to do more.
Yeah, exactly. As researchers, I think we have also this duty somehow to engage more with the external community, also to transfer this complexity. So yeah, we discussed this a lot, and also, yeah, one of the main output also from the scenarios of the stakeholders engagement activities that we also mentioned is, of course, that when you talk about price, of course, it's always kind of, yeah, hard, yeah, for people, also for consumers. But yeah, so the main barrier also we found out is really cultural resistance, and on the other side acceptance, because of course food is not only measured through price, no. So it's a lot for people. It has a lot of value also at a cultural level. So if we let's say reduce this gap, probably it's also easier to get people on board also on this conversation. And so this is my takeaway also from this project.
And well, also from your scenario studies, I think we've learned that combinations of instruments works best. Maybe also that consumer prices not necessarily need to increase a lot. But at the same time, the dairy farmers, they are implementing most of the changes. And well, I'd say your case is exemplary for how you could organize that in a proper way to both address the issues as well as compensate and reward. Can you also reflect on this question? So how do you see this model of true cost accounting further implemented in society?
Thank you. Well, I think from a business point of view, of course, the next level or the next steps is trying to get this account translated into product prices, so you actually know the true cost and the true price of each product, and hopefully that can help bridge what you would normally call the do-say gap for consumers. Because if you ask consumers what they will want a lot of stuff. But if you ask them what they were willing to pay, they are not really willing to pay that much extra. And so there has to be, so the challenge is that internalizing these costs, that has to be reflected also in higher prices that people would actually be willing to buy. Otherwise, we will probably see production go somewhere else. So that is, of course, a challenge. And then a challenge for us is also that as new technologies, new methods are found, the time it takes for that to translate into regulation and translate it into the model so that it will actually optimize the model itself, but also, you know, make it easier to remunerate and share the cost in a proper way. That time gap between knowing what helps and then actually translating into the methodology, making that time gap as little or as short as possible. That is quite often a challenge.
Thank you. And in the meantime, maybe also just keep moving, as you said, better to improve and change on the way, or because we are talking valuation here, so it's not physics, it's a value. It will change over time. Our insights will change, the methods might improve, and the value that we put to it as society might also change, but move in the right direction. I think that's a great message. Fabian, Mr. Santini, do you have a closing remark for this question from the Commission?
And thank you, and sorry to have missed my prep, my homework. I will also benefit of what the colleagues just said before me, but they were quite convincing, and I would like to say 3 things maybe on what next. I fully agree with the remark of the Italian colleague and the Danish colleague about the fact that it needs to be translated to practitioners. I mean, it cannot stay something which is purely theoretical to get buy-in. In simple words, in simple concepts, can be what you said about a price or things like this. This does not undermine the need for a theoretical approach, etc. But if you want to have it understood and being credible, yeah, it has to be easy to understand. And there I have a second point, and it comes to your last remark, Michiel. I wonder whether the best is the enemy of the good in this aspect. If you want to cover absolutely the true cost with everything at once, are you going to lose the simplicity or the credibility of the message, or should you have a tailor-made approach depending on what exactly are the types of sustainability costs you want to show? So I just a piece of reflection on this. It comes back to debates we had when we were talking about a sustainability agreement, a sustainability label. Sorry, what do you want to show there? Are you showing a big global note where you don't understand exactly what you're talking about? The consumer doesn't exactly know, it's just a big note, or do you want to have slices of explanations of where you are leading? And then on the scope, I fully agree with Mr. Brown. By the way, it was striking for me in his presentation to see that the tools, the policy tools that were mentioned by in Uganda were very similar to the ones mentioned in the EU. It was really striking, but there I fully agree that the social dimension that is of sustainability, which is always lagging behind, is necessary. Health, nutrition, working condition. You spoke of child work, but they are not the only things. This made me remember. I'm starting to get old, and I remember at the very start of my career a very nice report on public goods by the IEEP. I don't know if anybody else remembers this. There was a list of 10 public goods, and they were classifying, and they were quite an interesting guide. And I think we should not forget that it's not only environment and climate, there are also all these other aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santini, as well. I think we may have 5 more minutes for some questions from the audience. I see a hand here.
Yes, thank you very much indeed for the presentations and the very useful insights. I'm Kai Schlegelmilch from the German Federal Environment Ministry, and I would like to make the following remarks. Appreciate very much what's happening in Denmark. That's really fascinating. You're leading the role towards the way we have to go, maybe. I have 2 questions. One from Joachim von Braun on Uganda. Very interesting insights indeed. Do you know if the Ugandan government is open to change their economic and fiscal laws and framework in a way to internalize more of those costs? Because that would be very interesting. Just a side remark, we have, as a government, 500,000 euros left over, which we can spend on projects, initiatives, whatsoever, in order to provide such implementation of such measures. So I'll be happy to receive any information on interesting projects that you may have. And second question would be on the European Commission, for the European Commission. Remembering the year 2000, I don't know whether you've been in the Commission at that time. I was not. Oh yes, so you may remember that there was a draft directive on a pesticide and nitrate taxation from the European Commission, from Taxud. Yes, I've seen that paper. I can't find it anymore. It's a bit... I looked on all archives of the German federal government and asked many people in the European Commission, if you have it, please let me know it. So there was that draft directive, and I would like to know, would you reinforce that again? Would you bring that up again? Or will there be a sugar tax on EU level? So how is the European Commission going to implement these findings from FOODCoST project? Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, so I give the word now to you, Joachim, and in the meantime, if there's one more question from the audience, raise your hand. I see one in the back. Yeah. And
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes. I suggest you have a conversation with Professor Bashasha and Dr. Isoto in the lunch break, and I'm happy to join. Yes, there was, at the political level, Minister, Secretary of Commerce, and so on, in our workshop to address these issues, because the people want to see change. There were members of parliament from the country as well. So the willingness to internalize is there. But let me add a footnote about prices. If you want to make policymakers afraid, you only need to say internalization will increase prices. No. We have to talk about relative prices, as you have nicely modeled. A red meat tax here, and lowering the value-added tax on fruits and vegetables. So relative prices. And in that scenario, overall price levels can go down with internalization. I think that needs to be the message. Otherwise, this will be a dead end of research for internalization of externalities.
I see Mr. Rasmus wants to respond to that perhaps, but I think from the project we also learned that taxes on, for instance, red meat or sugar can also be accompanied by measures to help farmers to lower their emissions, which would be on a societal level maybe fiscally neutral. But you want to respond?
Yeah, perhaps saying the obvious from a business point of view, but the Danish dairy business, 80% of every liter or kilo of milk produced in Denmark will end up in an export product, become cheese, become whatever. Half of that will go to the European market, the other half would go to the global market. So even though I appreciate the macroeconomics and the long-term perspective of what Professor Brown is saying, the company that has to pay its salaries and the bills also next month and next quarter, it actually means something on the business level for the competition, and so that is the reality. We're a global business and not just a local closed economy system, unfortunately.
Think about the consequences. In the back, one question, then the final question is here, and then we go to lunch. Yes.
Yes, my name is Jerome Remmers from the Netherlands, from the True Animal Protein Prize Coalition. And I have a question for Mr. Santini from the European Commission. So Mrs. Musso presented a study which showed that at EU level there can be a net savings of $70 billion per year. So this sounds really promising because every country has to save money, and this is a tool to save expenses on health costs and environmental costs. So would the Commission take next steps based on those insights and encourage member states to implement such taxation and subsidy reforms and include true price insights into public procurement and CMO regulation, ETS, etc.? Because I think internalizing external costs starts at country level and EU Commission level.
Thank you. Short response from Mr. Santini.
Yeah, I will take the opportunity to answer the colleague of Germany before also on the same topic. If you triggered my curiosity, so I will look at this draft TAXUD directive on taxation of nitrogen and plant protection. I never heard about that. And indeed, the first answer to the second question is yes, that's why we accompany this FOODCoST project. That's why I'm here today. That's why my colleague Pasquale will be there this afternoon. From our side, we are interested in trying to progress in this internalization for the precise purpose of what you're saying. We want to have a better uptake of sustainable products, and we want to find a way that this is better reflected from the market. Then on the tools, you noticed I didn't mention taxation in my presentation. Taxation is clearly a topic where you have a lot of national competences that are interfering. So we have some activities. I'm not a specialist at that. I'm not going to lecture you about taxation, but I can tell you that we have reflections around, for example, the thread about reducing environmental harmful subsidies, and in fact somehow a difference of taxation can be a subsidy somehow. So that's the example is, for example, that VAT rates for fertilizer will not be it will not be possible to have them reduced as from 2034. But this is a very long term, and it's a setting where in the GRE we would not necessarily be competent, and there is a very strong presence of member states. So it's a more complex debate, and I heard that most of the questions and the interventions after me were around taxation. Be sure that I will report this aspect to my colleagues, and we will keep on working on that.
Thank you. Last question.
Hi, my name is Hongli Yosten. I'm from the Hague University of Applied Sciences. I heard the various speakers talks about applications. That sounds like music to me. Based on my background, that was also the reason I switched from business to Applied Science University. My question has to do with the earlier remark from Fabian, if I may call you Fabian, regarding market, and regarding also the benefit sides of the story. I think from my business background, I also know it's about how do you bring the propositions to the market and to the eyes of consumers. And any thoughts from all of the speakers, how do you actually bring the positive or the benefits of the activities we're now trying to bring to the reality? And yeah. Just an open invitation to ask your thoughts.
So you're asking all the speakers the same question. So is there anybody about in the panel who would like to reflect on how to also incorporate these positive externalities? Nobody. Joachim,
no, if I may, I can start if you want, Michiel. Here, when we talk of costs for the farmers, it's because there are costs for the farmers for benefits for the society. And the whole debate is about being sure that what these costs that the farmers and the food chain will have to face and that will benefit the society, usually with a time lag, quite important time lag, are not fully put on the shoulders of the weakest link of the chain, and then usually it's the farmer. And then somebody said very recently, or else we'll see everybody going away. It's the Danish colleague. Because indeed, if you just push the whole constraints for a potential benefit of the collective only to one category of people, there you have you're putting this category of economic actors under perhaps a situation that they would feel is a bit unfair. So the whole purpose for me, and in fact, this is for the negative externalities. For the positive externalities, that's a service that the farmers are delivering to the society, and it's a service, and nobody is really paying attention. So it's really the same aspect. So all these collective goods, how can we make sure that I mean that's an important element not to forget when we're talking about the overall level of help that receive the farmers, and any ideas to improve this, at least not to deconstruct it completely. I mean, from in the GAGRI, we are convinced that there is a case for a specific policy for farmers, and in fact, in the proposal for the next MFF, despite all what you hear in the press, there is still a ring-fenced amount for farmers, and that is there is somewhere the justification there, and I think it's important to keep this in mind.
Thank you very much. I want to have a big round of applause for the speakers and the panelists. We will have lunch now and reconvene at 2.
Thanks to all. Bye-bye. I will not have lunch with you,
in this room. So lunch is served in the hallway at 2:15.
Testing, testing. You can hear me? Okay. Okay, we're going to get started in another minute or two. So please find your seats. Okay, the time is now 2:15, so we're going to get started with the next speaker in just a moment. We are starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, while everybody's finding their seats, I just want to say a few words about the first session. I thought it was excellent, very interesting to listen to the colleagues I've worked with over the past few years. I hope that you guys all had a good lunch and had a chance to talk with other members of the FOODCoST project. Not all of them had the opportunity to present today. We all have done and contributed a small part to this project. And maybe I can take a moment just to thank some of them. Like Willie Baltuson is here. He was the one, I understand, that started the project. Willie, good to see you, mate. Yeah. And there's so many people we could thank. We've got the Gaugler gang represented here all the way from Germany. So nice to see them. So this has been just a wonderful project, and I'm thrilled to have been part of it. And I'd love to share some of the things that I got to work on in the project as well. So hit me up afterwards. All right. So the time is now just past 2:15. And we've got the second part of the day, and we're going to start off with Dr. Frank Bunte from Wageningen University. Did I pronounce that one right? Wageningen. All right. And he's going to talk about aligning true cost accounting methodologies. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much. And as you also may know, Wageningen University, or at least Wageningen Research, has an office in Den Haag. Michiel is working on the screen. Let me simply start. It's a sunny day, by the way. Il ne pleut pas sur Bruxelles aujourd'hui. And that's, of course, very nice. These are the topics I want to discuss about. These are also the tasks we had in Work Package 1, the methodological work package. We have to think about what externalities are and how to categorize them. We were supposed to compare, and we also compared TCA methodologies. We've become a little bit less far in selecting them. Michiel already talked about that, but we also had a few other topics to address. One of them was to consider all the databases that already are about true cost accounting and some auxiliary databases. And we had to come up with an internalization measure as well, because seeing externalities is one thing, but addressing them is another, and that's the more important one. Work Package 1 has been done by these research institutes. I'm not going to name them, but these 6 have all been involved in Work Package number 1. Let's go on with this one. Externalities are, to some extent, about the difference between private costs and social costs. But maybe a little bit more narrowly, it's about the situation in which one, because we mostly talk about negative externalities when, let's say, the case where one actor inflicts a cost upon another actor, or let's say the environment, without the former paying any compensation to the person who is negatively affected, or let's say, and actually there are also some actors who cannot be compensated. We do not compensate the environment financially for being hurt, but that's something we have to address that in a different way. One of the things we then noted is that not all societal issues are externalities. They may also be due to other things, information deficiencies, market power, or a simple lack of equity to start with. So even before you go into a competition process, production process, wealth may be unequally distributed with all kinds of consequences for the outcomes. If you talk about the health effects of diets, for instance, and maybe now I say something some people in the room do not like, or at least also have something different, in a certain sense it's not an externality. My diet is not your diet. And if let's say the externality is about a health bill, there is a very simple solution. We privatize health insurance. Of course, for the policymakers, your boss will think the speaker has been on recreational drugs or anything like that. But let's say in theory, that's a very difficult solution. So maybe it's not just about the health bill and something else is going on, but strictly speaking, it's not an externality, I think, if you look to the definition above. If you properly do a proper LCA and include waste disposal, then food waste may also not be an issue, because all the externalities are already covered in the environmental part. Of course, then the LCA needs to be properly taken into, waste disposal needs to be properly taken into account, but that's the other thing. And in the societal domain, in the social domain, there is, let's say, an interaction between many of the issues being addressed. If you have a proper living income, you probably also do not have child labor. So if you want to avoid double counting, you should take into account that many of the issues there are interrelated one way or the other. Now, we started with this list of externalities, the economic externalities, the environmental ones, and the social and health ones. In a very narrow sense, these may be the only externalities there are. The other are also social issues, but not necessarily externalities. There is also one, let's say, food waste may be gone if we can leave it out, and maybe there are a few other ones you can leave out as well, but I won't go into that. You can also categorize things a little bit differently, and then you see that in the social and human domain, you have, let's say, social issues in a narrow sense. They relate to human beings, poverty, working conditions, and things like that. The second block is about health in a broad sense, which is, of course, a major issue. And then we have something else. It's a societal issue. I wouldn't call it a social issue, but you have animals as well. And you have animal welfare, which is a societal issue, it's something we're concerned about, but animals are not human beings. I mean, and if you look to all proper definitions of social impacts, it's something we need to worry about, but they're not human beings. For the economic aspects, most of them are a little bit different than an externality. You can study them, by the way, in the same way as you can study externalities. So the differences between private and social costs come back, and let's say the calculations to be made are technically more or less the same. But they are due to, let's say, to monopoly power. And for income transfers, you can think about taxes and subsidies. Taxes and subsidies create a wedge between private and social costs. There are two caveats, I think, there. And one of them is that taxes are also a solution, because we talk about Pigouvian taxes in order to narrow the gap between private and social costs. And on the other hand, taxes, at least in Europe, they are concluded by Parliament. There are democratic, let's say, decision-making is behind taxes and subsidies, even if they create a gap which shouldn't be there. In the end, our parliaments decided that these would be good for whatever reason. Why do we do TCA? Well, government can use it in order to do policy evaluations, for instance, by doing social cost benefit analysis. Companies do it when they develop products. They also do it for sustainability reporting and related to that to financial risk management. And Michiel also said, I forgot strategic decision making. It's not on the list, but that's another possibility. There are three basic approaches to TCA. Damage costs, then you try to measure what costs are borne by society. So what's the impact in monetary terms on the people being hurt and sometimes the people being benefited. You can think about abatement costs. Then we talk about the cost of reducing negative impacts, so the cost of the measures which need to be taken. And you can also think about remediation costs. Pietro is here from True Price, the Impact Institute. And down there, you may correct me, it's more about the costs to restore human, animal, and environmental rights. So humans have rights, these should be adhered to, and then you should consider them. And typically, abatement costs are being followed, actually are already being done since the beginning of the 1990s. And for the other two, damage costs make most sense. If you go one step further, I'm not going into that, but this is the type of output we have then in a very long report of all kinds of externalities, all kinds of, let's say, methods being available. And then you can say that typically there is a choice above from the method point of sight, but sometimes the externalities also have implications for the methods being chosen. That's part one, and here is actually one example in which you combine damage and abatement costs. I'm not going into that. That would be a next step, and then you can say, okay, these are the benefits of measures, these are the costs of measures. And if you want to reach a certain point, how do costs and benefits relate to each other? Well, if you look to all these things, what can you say? We started with social externalities, which to some extent do not all have to do with the original definition given in the TEEP, let's say in the TEEP documents. about networks, institutions, values, and norms which facilitate cooperation between human beings. Actually, many of the things you just see have nothing to do with this at all. So maybe it's good to get back to that. Many of the indicators for which we use are data-driven. We have indicators, we have data, and we produce something, but we do not really think about the pathways for social impacts. And maybe it's good to consider that. Generally speaking, it's good to think about, not only about now, but also about the future. That's not always being done. Many of the data and indicators and parameters are based on very old studies. We have to think about how to deal with that and what the implications of that are. And sometimes there is not a natural connection between the LCA and, let's say, the data available as well as the evaluation methodologies. Now, for the databases, our British colleagues looked in, with our help, by the way, looked into 3 kinds of databases of the quantities of the impacts, the value they have, and some auxiliary ones. These are the results they come up with. So as a logical consequence of what I've said so far, there are more databases for environmental impacts than for social impacts. There are also more databases for inventories and midpoints rather than endpoints, which makes sense because there are far less endpoints than there are midpoints and beginning points. So that's not strange. There are more databases for damage costs. Data are basically nationally based. They come, let's say, so they are on the country level. That may not be the relevant level, so sometimes a global or regional level makes more sense. And most databases focus on cost-benefit analysis and social impact accounting. So these are part of the recommendations made based on that. Of course, we need more investment, also institutional investment, more into abatement costs, but we also have to look to the relationship with the other things. Data standardization makes life easy. On the other hand, you want to tailor data needs, and that would imply if you standardize things, there may be more limitations to your data, so you need to think clever about this issue. I want to leave it to that. We also looked into internationalization measures. Eric already told me that I have to think about the time, so I will come about, let's say, 3 measures. The degree of internalization. A degree of internalization looks to the costs borne by the polluter relative to the social cost, the damage cost. So that's the degree of internalization we came up with. And you see the word efficiency twice. The first one is actually correct. Then you talk about the relationship between optimal costs and actual costs. That's the one thing. The last efficiency point should be effectiveness, and that is how close do you get to the target? Do you get the objective achieved? And you should have an idea of what the optimal level of externality is, but how close do you get to your policy target or the social target? One of the things we concluded, or let's say the team concluded it, and that's actually a point which came back this morning, is that the polluter pays principle shouldn't be applied rigidly. You shouldn't say the polluter pays. In the end, you want to achieve an optimal level of pollution or whatever is going on. And to some extent, it doesn't matter who pays. If the person who has to reach this is not able to do so, maybe there are other ways to get there. Strong EU institutions are necessary to keep an oversight of the food system and to fill in the gaps which society is not able to reach, also by mutually bargaining. That's the cost bargaining part. And the world is very complex. There is a lot of partial analysis going on, but many measures, for instance, impact many externalities, and many externalities, by the way, impact many endpoints and all kinds of things. And that's something to be taken into account. And we only have started, the FOODCoST team, but also the wider world outside that, to do that. And these are, let's say, the conclusions of the 3 subparts for this part.
All right, our next speaker is Professor Philippe Beret from UC Louvain. And he's going to come talk to us about From True Cost to True Change, Reflexive Insights from 4 years of the FOODCoST project. Take it away.
Thank you, Rick. So, it's my pleasure to speak about this, and it will be quite complementary to the talk of Frank, because Frank was bringing you to the top of the mountain, and I will start from the top of the mountain. So probably escaping all the difficulties that were described, but being more general on the topic. So that's a presentation I prepare with the team of Citra and Maud Courtois and Diana Borgnoto who are in the room. And so we are more or less with a global view of the project. And so I will start from the classic description of the different type, not of cost, but impact, because we are trying to remove the impacts, in fact. That's the purpose. And so externalities are there for dealing with impacts. And the causation, it's a big issue. It was already said, and it's difficult to link our actions to the impacts. But we can assume that production, what's happening in the value chains, and consumptions are contributing to the 4th level of impacts. That's clear. But we have to keep in mind that the causality are difficult to reconstruct. That's the first thing. So that's one thing. And the second, that at each level, there is a diversity of production and consumption models. It was well illustrated by the presentation of our colleagues this morning on the Danish dairy board, on the fact that all the farmers are not behaving the same way. And if we consider that, we should put forward an ethical consideration. The different stakeholders, they should be accountable in relation with their diversity. So they have not all the same accountability. And the second thing is that in any case, there will be a coexistence of systems. So we will never finish with Europe being 100% organic, despite the target of the Commission. Probably we will never finish. So it will always be a coexistence of models. But in this coexistence of models, we should organize this coexistence in a way that the share of each of the models is proportional to its impact on the system. So diminishing the share of models that are very impactful and increasing the share of models that are less impactful. And to do this, based on these causal links, based on these different categories of impacts, we can do the calculation of externalities. And that was one of the main objects of the FOODCoST project. There was a lot of time, energy, intelligence invested to do so. And that's very important. And this is by monetizing externalities, we can then calculate the cost. But if we calculate the cost, what is the purpose? And the main purpose today of this calculation is advocacy, is to say, hey guys, there is a cost the way we are working, the way we are consuming, the way we are producing, And this cost is huge, and we have to take that into account. And then we have to have individual actions at the consumer level. We need new business logics at the business level, and we need new public policies based on this advocacy. That's the idea. Okay, that's it. But there is another way of using the calculation of externalities, is directly not passing by the advocacy logics, going back to some instruments and looking at the way we use the calculation. We decline the calculation into instruments. These instruments could be, for example, ecological investment, internalization of externalities, or imputation of the cost at a given level of the value chain. Okay? That's not comprehensive, it's just example. But you see that we can have one way by the top or another way by the bottom. And when we try to make the trip, the journey from cost to actions, we need an alignment between policies, market, and practices. And that's a key point that we will emphasize, is the fact that we have not to think the business dimension independently from the policy dimension. And we have not also to put all the charge, all the demand, for example, on the business. And if we were, during the FOODCoST project, we did both. We look at the public policies and we look at the business model. And I have no time to describe all the results of the project, but if we look at the public policies, there is a paper by a colleague about that. We know that there is some instruments to do so. Taxes, regulations, public procurements, it was mentioned this morning, subsidies. And if you want to know more about the efficiency of the tools that were used in EU for diminishing these impacts, we published a paper this week, so that's really on time. So it was published on Monday, so ready for the meeting. So, and it's open source, so you can find it easily. The other approach is working on the business logic. And on the business logic, you can have different ways of internalizing the externalities. The list is here. And our colleague Cynthia Gianlucavo was working on an exhaustive list of all the tools that can be used, and there is a nice paper on that. And we have to insist on the business model logic is mainly choices within the value chains. So it's important to keep away from the idea that everything is in the hands of the consumer, because that's often when we are speaking about business, about market, we are saying we have to change the behavior of the consumer. That's one dimension, but there is plenty of other dimensions. And some business models are not depending on the consumer behavior, but are based on other ways of reducing the impacts of business. And so, if I sum up the idea, there is EU policies to reduce the externalities. There is economic mechanism like business models, and there is regulatory measures. So both should contribute to the reduction of externalities. To accompany this process, we need calculations. We are already aware of that. We need calculations. We need business models, and I will speak about business model a bit, but we have also to be aware that there is some lock-ins, some elements that are not making the process easy. And these lock-ins, we spend some time checking all the lock-ins. The bad news are the fact that there is 58 different barriers to the internalization of externalities. If you want to see the list, there is a link. And you can see the list of the lock-ins. There is lock-ins within the policy cycles. Here are some examples of lock-ins in the policy cycles. Classic ones like policy harmonization, the lobbies, the allocation of resources. I won't read all the list. And there is also barriers in the business logic, like the market misalignment, the financial incentives, but also the needs for organization, and you have not to forget the socio-cultural resistance to change. So we try to progress with identifying all these barriers in the prospect of finding solution to these barriers, and at least to be aware of these barriers, because otherwise you are implementing policies or business model, and then it is not successful. So that's important. And our work package was mainly on the business models, and I will speak a bit of time on that. And with the colleagues, we try to identify potential recommendations for the business models. And it's the same QR code. So if you, that's the same than the previous one. Everything is on the same page, including the presentations. And for the moment, these recommendations are still on the process of the deliverables at the EU, in the EU project, so not yet available, but if you send an email, we can help you with a confidential copy, and you will have a summary following the link. So, the idea is the following. There is 4 steps in the business model to internalize the externalities and to decrease the impacts. The first one is assessment. The second is to set targets and prioritize. The third is to act. And the last one is to anchor and diffuse the progress made. And in collaboration with the partners of the project, both business partners and scientific partners, we were able to list these different recommendations. And so in the document for each of the recommendation, we have 1 page of description of the recommendation, and then you have examples of companies applying these recommendations and being successful, which is great. And so you see that there is a diversity of recommendation along these 4 main steps in the system. I insist on the fact that it is recommendation in the spirit of a checklist. Doesn't mean that each business has to imply the 22 recommendations, but that's a way to think about and to say, okay, can I implement this recommendation? Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, it could be an option. Oh, this one was successful using that. So it's more a checklist than a normative list, okay? That's important to have in mind. And if you look at this recommendation, it's too small to look at it, so be confident. Looking at these actions, you see that some of them are highly dependent on calculation methodologies. Okay, so we need very good calculation. Not all of them. So the implicit is that some of them are not based on calculation, but are based on other things. That was already said by Frank. And so it means that the calculations are important, but one of the things we want to put forward is that we should probably start from the recommendations or for the actions and design the calculation based on the objectives instead of doing the calculation and then looking for the objectives. Because otherwise, yes, but you are smiling, but it's common practice in science to do something and then looking at the use of this something. So to say, okay, I did something wonderful, but is somebody interested by that? Nobody. That's the reason why I'm a scientist. Okay, so you see the point. And the other thing is that you see that not all of them again, but some of these recommendations it's business recommendation, I remind you, but some of these recommendations are really policy dependent. So in this case, for this recommendation, it's important that there is a coordination with the policymakers to facilitate the implementation of this recommendation. That's two messages that are important for us from this recommendation exercise. And the last element, because we have some concern in the team, and I think this concern is shared by some of you, is the fact that now the true cost calculation is becoming really high in the agenda. There is concern in the society on externalities, but the process to diminish, to decrease the impact, to suppress the impact is very, very low. And some days we are losing hope to say it's very long. It's very long, it's very slow. So one message we want to share with you is the fact that some of the recommendations, they don't need further reflections or calculation or scientific papers or anything. We can use them today. So that's the important things, not waiting to be perfect to start the process. And it was already said by colleagues also this morning and this afternoon, if we are looking for perfections, we will never start doing something. It's not true for all the recommendations. Some of them need extra work to be put in place, but some of them we can start already to deploy them. And the proof of that is that looking at the examples, because I mentioned that for each of the recommendations, it's recommendation 9, we have examples of people doing this, and this is some of the actors that are part of the examples. It's not comprehensive, it's just some examples, and if you have further examples, we can in a further versions implement your examples in the recommendation list. But you see that there is already business engaged in applying some of the recommendations that we were showing you. That's logic because it was an iterative process. We start from the reality to develop the list, so it's normal that we see the reality back at these slides. Okay, so that was the message we want to share with you. Something we want to state very clearly as a team is that the objective is not the internalization of the externalities. It's not the objective. It's not reducing the externalities. The objective is to suppress the externalities. Okay? So that's the objective at the end. And so that's a matter of debate, if you want. Huh? It's our conviction, but perhaps you cannot share this conviction. But that's important instead of wording to state exactly what is our objective. Is it just to do the calculation? Is this just to find a compromise in a cost-benefit approach and things like that? Or do we want really to suppress the externalities out of the systems? It can look utopic for some externalities, but I prefer to have an ambitious objective and then come back that to start with a tepid objective to say, okay, we will try to do our best, which is not, for me, the purpose of our process, but perhaps a bit too strong. But for me, it's an urgency. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer the questions.
Outstanding work. Thank you. All right, we have the next speaker. Sorry, you have to follow that one up. That was a tough one. So I'll invite Olivier Rimer from TMG, Think Tank Sustainability, to discuss true cost accounting for sustainable diets, insights, and tools from Planet Project.
Hi, everyone. This is the post-lunch break, and I hope to give you some energy that you can stand through this and won't fall asleep the next 15 minutes. I have the pleasure to present to you some of the results related to true cost accounting in a different Horizon Europe project. It's called Plan Eat. And we have heard a lot about agriculture, a lot about supply chains. But we've just had some lunch, and I want us to kind of continue on this side, because the Plan Eat project took on very much the consumption perspective of food, very much the perspective of consumers. And this is a little bit what you will be seeing in the next slides. My name is Olivia Riemann. I work for a sustainability think tank based in Berlin, and we have been leading the work on true cost accounting in the Plan EAT project. The Plan EAT project was a 4-year-old project, or soon will have its fourth birthday this summer, and we will also be closing similar to the FOODCoST project this year. And we had the pleasure of working with 24 partners. So luckily we were not doing the true cost accounting assessment all by ourselves. So what's the situation in the EU? You're all familiar with this. It's not only looking bad from an environmental food systems perspective, but also from a consumption perspective, we could do a lot better. But worse, the trends are rather going the wrong way. So around about, seems like we have not the same computer with the same formatting likes, but I'll help translate you these wiggle waggles. 50% of the adults in the EU are overweight or obese, and the trend is worsening. The FAO had the pleasure of estimating the cost of these health impacts from non-communicable diseases, and they're more than 966 billion euros annually. This is a huge bill. This is a huge hidden cost. It's basically 80% of the health costs related to non-communicable diseases. Well, I have one good news for you. 50% of the European citizens would like to eat healthier. They would like to eat more sustainable. But there are lots of barriers that they're facing in doing this. And that's where the Plan EAT project came in, and that's what the objective of the Plan EAT project were, is to understand the factors that influence dietary behavior, so why and how we eat and why we eat this way. And then we try to understand what are the hidden impacts of these dietary patterns. So what is the hidden bill that we are constantly writing while eating? And we used the true cost accounting approach for that. And then finally, it's good to know the problem, but even better if we know the solution. So I hope that we had also managed to give some recommendations, some practical tools, some intervention and measures that everyone and each of us can take in their role as business leaders, as policy leaders, but also as individuals to contributing to this necessary transition to more sustainable and healthy diets in Europe. So luckily, you won't have to listen through the whole project result. We will only focus on the true cost accounting part. So here we go. What are the results I would like to share with you? So there's quite some bit, and I've picked the cherries that I hope, so apologies to the colleagues that that work isn't included here, no offense. The first one is we described the food system in Europe qualitatively. So the challenge that we often see in true cost accounting is that researchers are there, they collect the data, and then they realize, oh, there's so much stuff that no data is on. Yes, that's why we stated on a descriptive way to say, well, these are all the impacts that we should be looking at, that we should be accounting for, but unfortunately in all of the next results that we'll be showing, we weren't able to take them all into account because we don't have the data, we don't have the method, we don't know how to put them together yet. So that was important to us, that we start from a holistic perspective, because we think this is one of the key aspects true cost accounting brings to research, brings to businesses, brings to policy, is that we think together, that we bring all the different knowledge together, that we bring the different perspectives together. Then we took a hard step. We looked at the data situation, and we analyzed what is the data situation, and we realized there's not a single true cost accounting database out there at the time. So we actually took the effort to create this database because we were tired of having to go in all these different databases and collecting it. So together with TruePrice, we spent months of generating this database. Thank you. then we wanted to finally get to diets. At this point, we still haven't understood the impacts of what people are eating and how we can change that. So together with PASOS, we looked at 3 countries, Germany, France, and Ireland, and analyzed what's happening when people are eating, what's happening to the planet, what is happening to people's health, what is the cost bill we are kind of hiding at the moment. I'll show you more results about that in a minute. And then we looked at policy recommendations. So what can policymakers do to fix this hidden bill? How can we reduce this hidden bill? What are the policy measures that we have available in order to transition to more healthy and sustainable diets? That those 50% of people who would like to eat more healthy and sustainable, how can we support them to get there? And one of these aspects is that governments have the chance, but also the responsibility of guiding the citizen to a healthy and sustainable diet. And one of the instruments that they have is dietary guidelines. And so we've also, together with colleagues from Italy, developed a framework that allows governments, especially health institutions, to include true cost accounting in the dietary guidelines framework. So no longer are dietary guidelines all about health. They should also be about the health of the planet. And we, with true cost accounting, are giving them a method in order to adjust the guidelines to just that. So I'd like to show you a little bit of a deep dive into each of the deep dive, sort of 30 seconds explanation of each of those in more detail. So this is the true cost of food database that I was talking about. So the goal of this database is to collect all the available data of the food being consumed in Europe. So that means it can be produced all over the world. Actually, it includes in total more than 80 countries all around the world where food is being produced, then imported to or exported to the EU and consumed here in Europe. And we had the pleasure of the Swedish Agriculture University to develop a database, what they called Sustainable Assessments of Food and Diets. It was a mix of input, output, and impacts data. We used this data and assessed this through the life cycle recipe methodology. We applied 2 different two different monetization approaches, the right-based approach by True Price and the damage cost approach by CDELF, which resulted then in this true cost of food database. What can we see when we look in this database? Well, here you see an overview of the different kind of impacts that we are accounting for in the database. We have environmental impacts and production-related health impacts from cradle to farm gate. So we are kind of still staying on the production side. In the database, we can also see that most of the environmental impacts generated from the various food products in the database are related to environmental costs, especially greenhouse gas emission. But caution, and this is where I want to point out the weaknesses of our work, is that, for example, as you might see here, land use or biodiversity indicators are missing. And the picture would look differently if we were account to that. And I think we've heard lots about this comment today. It's about whether true cost accounting is justified. And I think this shows the ambition where we're trying to get to and where we can get to in a very far future. But that's our approach and caution here. But the database is open source, so everyone is invited to contribute to this database and to improve it over time, and we will make some efforts in this direction as well. Also, you can see that the health impacts are quite small, and if you have read the SOFA report by the FAO, you would say, no, they were telling me a completely different story. Yes, they did, because they accounted for the dietary-related health impacts, which we didn't have a chance to in this database because it's about food products. And dietary health-related impacts has to do with your own diet, which we could not reflect in this database. So also here, it shows, again, so much about what you include and therefore what story you are telling. what else can you find in the database? I've just picked a few food products to show you the environmental and health-related production costs of different food groups, and no surprise, red meat is definitely the devil in the room. But you can also see that some of the products that we like to enjoy daily, like coffee, could be doing better. Well, the good news is we are not eating tons of coffee every day. And so if you change this graph and look at the dietary pattern, I've took here the average dietary pattern of a German person, the graph slightly shifts. But again, we can see a very, very strong message in this graph is transitioning to planet-based and more planet-based diets would very much support a transition towards more sustainable and healthy diets. So, what do these dietary patterns look like in different countries? We were really interested in that and picked 3 of those, Germany, Ireland, and France. You can see here the euros per person per day. So this is the cost of a daily diet. And on the left-hand side, you see the cost of the current diet. In the middle, you see the cost of the diet if people would be eating like their governments recommend them to, so like the national dietary guidelines. And last, on the right-hand side, you see the performance according to the planetary health diet, so how scientists recommend you to eat. And you can see that if we would be more doing what people tell us to do, we would be doing better. So how do we, I guess the question is, how do we get there? You can also see that us Germans are not doing so well. So also like looking at the neighbors and seeing what neighbors' countries are doing in order to convince their citizens to eat more healthy and sustainable could also already be a learning. And very interestingly though is you can see that usually the planetary health diet is doing best, especially regarding health, but also a little bit regarding environmental. But the German government has actually very recently published their dietary guidelines, and they took a life cycle assessment approach in order to develop these. And surprisingly, you can see that the national recommended diet is performing better than a planetary health diet with regards to this aspect. This has mainly to do with that the planetary health diet recommends slightly more like aspects like nuts, who have quite a high environmental footprint, but also slightly higher poultry levels. And but it shows how effective it can be if a government takes on sustainability thinking in the design of the dietary guidelines and actually performs very close to the planetary health diet performance. We had also a look at the data situation. I think given that I've already had the time sign, I would jump over this one. I think the previous speaker just a few slides before had very nicely shown that there's still a lot to do with regards to data. If the data is there, it might also be behind paywalls. There might be restriction in publication. We have experienced this with our database. Originally, our database was a lot bigger until we encountered some data rights uncertainties, which made us shrink it again. So I think overall, there's quite some work to do in order to improve the data situation. For us, it was important to give recommendation about how you can improve this data situation and how you can close the data gap. And I think I've heard it a lot today, is about standardizing the methodologies and standardizing the data, because we need to have comparable data in order to make decisions, to compare scenarios, to compare performances between businesses and countries. I think one idea that we hear a lot is, can Agri-Belize, so the French life cycle assessment database, be please scaled up to a European level? That would be super helpful already, and like make a lot of progress. I think another idea is that the Joint Research Center of the European Union should take more stronger control about TCA data, harmonize it, and manage its governance. And lastly, I think we've also heard it again today, and it makes me so happy that we've come all to the same conclusion. It gives me confidence that they might be right, is that we, of course, need to look more into social and health impacts, and that we have to make a lot more progress in these aspects, that we consider them more and account for them more. Regarding the policy recommendations, so what is it that policymakers can do? We distinguish between 3 different types of policies. So there's the regulatory measurements. Here, for example, rules for public procurement is one measure, the way of how companies are being picked in order to supply the state with goods and services. We can also have fiscal and financial measures. I mean, subsidies and taxes, we've heard about them a lot today. They are very obvious examples. Lastly, we also have more information-based measures. We have heard about labels today, but there's also education that needs to play in. We need informed citizens that can put their vote to speak, but also when they're voting, but also when they're choosing and picking food, they need to be able to understand these labels and deal with this information. And then, last but not least, in order for them to be able to do that, they need to have the transparency, for example, the information on products. And as I mentioned, one of the aspects that governments can also do is to give guidance to citizens through dietary guidelines. But these guidelines are not just for citizens. They should also be an orientation for school canteens, for public food offerings, for the design of food neighborhoods and cities. The dietary guidelines clearly show how we need to transition to more sustainable and healthy diets, and it's everyone's responsibilities, including business responsibilities, to support in this transition. Finally, and this is not from the Plan Eat project, but I want to mention it here, is we have, for the German government, we have developed a roadmap on how to implement true cost accounting in the agri-food sector in Germany. So fortunately it's only available in German, but if you're interested in how a country can, do its journey towards true cost accounting, you can find the answers with this QR code. So these are my 4 key messages. If we want to transition to sustainable and healthy future, then dietary patterns need to be part of the solution. And true cost accounting can help a very strong role in transition, helping us to know the direction and transition to this future. We can help do this by shaping food environments, but also the rules of play to shape sustainable competitiveness in Europe. And finally, we need more research, more data, because only if we know the situation that we are managing, that we are monitoring and governing, we know where the future is heading, and we can anticipate the future and get ready for it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for being...
Outstanding. Outstanding, and sorry for rushing you a bit. I think we're about 13 minutes over time at the moment. So this gives me great pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Henri Contour from KV Leuven. Yeah, going to talk about building a multi-level TCA architecture. Thank you very much.
Great pleasure to be here. I'm Henri Contour. I'm a PhD researcher still in my 2nd year under Eric Matheys, you might know. And we're indeed working on true cost accounting, so we're not part of the FOODCoST project at all. We're part of another project, which I will talk a bit about, which is called Reform. So the idea behind the talk is to talk indeed about this multi-level true cost accounting architecture. As it's an approach, it can be applied at different level, and that's kind of the case that we want to make. And we want to probably jump into more details than the previous presentations in terms of methodology and so on. So yeah, we're going to be talking a bit more about that. So overall, yeah, just talking about reform, multi-level architecture, and then finish with a bit of reflection, which have already been talked about, sort of are things comparable? What are we doing with results? How can we use them? What are the limits to that? That's kind of what we would want to talk about as well. So first, reform. Reform is a project with multiple objectives, which are quite similar actually to the FOODCoST project objective. The first one being the methodological framework, because it's an approach, because we want it to be rigorous, because we are doing scientific work. We want things to be robust in a way. And then we want to apply that framework, so that's the second objective, to business model. That's the framing that we have within the project. But we'll go actually a little deeper to that. So business model is the starting point, but then we'll move up to the value chain level and the regional level, which I'll talk about in a second. And all of that to really assess the social welfare benefits that can result from transitioning these business models from the current situations to a situation in which the actual impacts are indeed reduced at minimum, but if not suppressed, as mentioned by Professor before. And then finally, one of the objectives as well is to conduct actual empirical analysis for those that already did this transition and look at what kind of behavior could be triggered for them to go towards this transition. And finally, transfer knowledge and sharing knowledge as we're doing today. So the work that has already been done, so the first deliverable that we published in June is a literature review on true cost accounting applied to food systems. Obviously, it's an approach that theoretically could be applied outside of food systems, but we've zoomed into that. Then we're currently doing a review of existing framework and sort of zooming into what could be done at business level. So the general approach is good, obviously, but we need to sort of zoom it down to a specific level, which I'll talk about in a second. And then in parallel, we did a catalog of existing business model in Flanders, focusing on dairy sector, which was also talked about just earlier. So both of these things have been already done, and we've been publishing around it. So if you feel like reading more scientific paper, here it is. So now that was just the reform introduction to where we come from. But the multi-level architecture that was the title of the project, of this talk. I'd like to start with just an introduction. Well, as you will know, true cost accounting is this evolving approach, holistic and systemic, that seeks to measure and value both cost and benefits for different kind of decision makers. That's really the starting point of all we do, but I just want to, again, just make sure that we're all on the same page, that true cost accounting really is about impact assessment and valuation, okay? And that can be done qualitatively, quantitatively, in many different ways with different kind of methods, and those methods have implications. The choices that are being made at both level, both on the impact assessment and valuation, have implications. And both have uncertainty linked to it, and that's what we'll be talking about a bit afterwards as well. So what did we do with this general approach? Well, we applied it, as we said, to business models. So from the initial catalog, we extracted essentially 4 different kind of business models, and we could talk to you through how we did this extraction. And we got 4 different kind of business model in the dairy sector. One is grassland steward, the other one is the integrated feed holder, the other one entrepreneurial diversifier, and the other one the scale maximizer. So we're going beyond the intensive versus extensive sort of framing that we often see. We give it more of an heterogeneous feel. And to that, we're going to then apply true cost accounting. And so to do that, we're going to do impact assessment and valuation. The impact assessment will follow the traditional life cycle assessment type aspect, along with the social indicators. I'll talk about that in a second as well. And then we'll do valuation on top of that impact assessment to be able to have a comparative true cost accounting of different business models. That's kind of the logic there. Then we're going to do, again, the same kind of logic for the regional level, but we're going to do it at the EU level. So we'll have, instead of business models, we'll have different kind of countries. And to those countries, we'll do an impact assessment of their food system, and then we'll apply valuation. And for that, we'll use the multi-regional input-output model, Fabio, which is open access, developed by the University of Vienna, which looks also at the spillover effect of our food systems. And it was already talked about earlier in presentations, is value chains that are connected globally, right? And so our footprint has impacts elsewhere in the world, and that needs to be taken into account in both the impact and the value that we put to it. So that's another point that we're trying to capture in this. But back to the farm, because that's what we like to talk about a lot. So if we take just again our example of the dairy farm, we have a barn, we have farms that's connected probably to the grid. the farm might have different kind of grassland. On that, there's biodiversity, there's hedges. There's also maybe utilize agricultural area where they grow soy, they grow maize, they grow whatever they want to do. And all of that system sort of interact with each other, right? There's processes at hand, so the manure that come from the barn is used in the field. That field is growing crops, which is used as fodder for the barn. The pasture obviously is directly used also as input. There's rotations within the crops. Organic matter is crucial. All of this sort of plays into play. And then we have inputs, which come from electricity, feed, water, these kind of processes. We have outputs. We create milk in this case. We also generate meat eventually. Manure that can go outside in other farms that can use as fertilizer. We can create energy if we capture the methane, and obviously there's emissions. All of that some of it comes as externality. And so these processes generate different kind of emissions, right? Again, very classic, carbon sequestration, CO2 emissions, methane emissions, etc., etc. Impacting mostly in this case the environment at first, and then further on human health or ecosystems, which is what we'll talk about. So this generates emissions, also extracts resources when we talk about water or fuel, and obviously it actually utilizes land, okay, through transformation or occupation. Now that's the starting point, right? Conceptually, that's where LCA starts, is builds an inventory of all these components. Again, here I'm going to just walk through sort of the methodological framework that we've been applying and thinking about. So the basic cause and effect relationships that we've been talking about, I just want to make it clear again that we are all on the same page, goes from these inventory to then midpoint impacts, right? That's typically what's done in LCA. And usually European legislation stop there. They stop at midpoint, they report it as such, climate change, eutrophication, etc. Okay? That's the PEF methodology. Recipe can go a little further, so recipe being the other sort of LCA method, which is traditionally used in true cost accounting. It goes to endpoint, so it categorizes these environmental dynamics into endpoint impacts, which are then human health, ecosystem quality, or resource scarcity. And there already, the categorization that was done in previous presentation kind of blurs itself out already, because if we look at midpoint, indeed, we're talking about the environment, but all of a sudden, if we're talking about endpoint, we're actually more talking about social components, we're talking about humans, we're talking about human health. So already there's some overlap that can happen. And so again, when we talk about valuation in the end, we're actually valuing mostly that last part, right? And so that traceable aspect is something that's quite important, I think, to keep in mind when we're doing the true cost accounting assessment. If we're presenting endpoint costs, it actually comes from endpoint impacts, midpoint impacts, and in the previous part, inventories, which come from themselves from the processes that we just saw in the previous diagram, right? And so often what we see is that midpoint impacts are monetized and then just applied as such. And we tend to forget that actually it comes from a human health cost and an ecosystem cost. And we leave that traceable component in the air. More importantly as well, so again, we have different kind of units, right? They're measured in terms of different kind of ways. And what we're focused on, right, is the monetary aspect, usually in true cost accounting results. But each of these layers, so going from inventory, midpoint, endpoint, and endpoint cost, come through different kind of level of uncertainty, right? And that's really where the method and where the doubts can come from. And so it's quite important to realize that first we're talking about characterization factors that go from inventory to midpoint, and there's different kind of methods that do that. Okay, that might be regional methods that have uncertainty linked to it. And there's midpoint impacts, midpoint to endpoint factors, which where the uncertainty goes up again. And finally, the actual valuation factors, which can be done through damage methods or abatement methods as discussed previously. And this kind of logic is really the core of how true cost accounting works, right? And essentially, it can be applied to most of levels of analysis, right? So that was for the environmental side of things, but we can also consider the social components too. So labor remuneration, workplace hazard, animal husbandry, and so on. So that we would just, again, observe the different kind of aspect, measure them through different kind of metrics. Again, lots of work being done there. So looking at movements of animals, their behavior. For injuries, we'll look at fatal and non-fatal injuries, and then wage gap. Again, typical true cost accounting through the true price method or other kind of advancements there. But as mentioned before, all of this relies on data that's not as mature as the environmental data. So that's all more on the social side that comes on top of the environmental components of things. And that was for the farm level. So again, combining different kind of capitals that we talked about, natural capital, social capital, human capital, produced capital, so different kind of inputs, different kind of outputs. One could apply the same logic again for the value chain, right? It's just a question of boundary. It's considering more elements, more capitals into play, more processes. The same logic appears: inventory, midpoint impact, endpoint valuation. So same logic there. It would just be expanding the boundary. So that's essentially sort of that multi-level perspective with the same framework of going from inventory all the way to cost in a traceable way that we're thinking of applying, and we think it would be valuable for other approaches. Now, in terms of reflection, we still bring intrinsically different kind of impacts together, right, in true cost accounting. We combine different dimensions that it could be human health, could be social, can be environmental. And we do that by putting it into one shared evaluation space, right? One shared metric, which is usually, again, monetized. And questions that we ask ourselves often is how can these interrogators impact be expressed within this common scale? Does it make sense to do so? Are there limits to that? And what kind of comparison does that make possible, right? Can we compare animal welfare to human health? Could we compare ecosystems services to climate change impacts? And what's the kind of usage that can be made of that? That's the kind of reflection that I think was a lot part of already the previous presentations. And we started to sort of think about it and ground it into existing debate on this. So one is the commerciality debate, quite present in valuation frameworks, where indeed putting things on a common scale has implications. Welfare economics sees it differently than ecological economics. And same for environmental economics. And so that's kind of to keep in mind when looking at true cost accounting results. There is sort of implicit implications to things. Same thing for the comparability. And that allows, again, for a different kind of use. Here we've labeled it as weaker use or stronger use. But on the weaker side, yes, you might be able to discuss results. You might be able to open discussions, open debates about things. And on the stronger sides, then you'll use the true cost accounting result as such as directly applicable pricing or directly applicable taxes and so on. But those choices of use rely on the sort of position you have as an assessor, so as a researcher doing the true cost accounting assessment, or as the user, right? As a decision maker, you might think differently about how things are comparable, how things are not comparable, how things should be expressed in the common unit, and so on. So all of these have impacts which what we try to sort of think about in a sort of reflexive way, and that's what we wanted to share also with you, and potentially in the debate later on as well, on the importance of purpose, right? The importance of why we are doing a true cost accounting assessment in the first place, and the implications of that. And maybe indeed the methodological choices that were then chosen have implication on what use can be made. The boundary selections, the method of evaluation, the method of impact, and so on. So acknowledging that is the first step. Acknowledging the positionality that we have as a researcher or as a user of the results is key in this whole thing. And obviously being transparent with it. Being transparent of thinking, okay, where does the total cost come from in the first place? It comes from endpoint impact, it comes from midpoint impact, it comes from an inventory. All this traceable aspect is also quite important to be able to interpret the results in the correct way. And then obviously reporting the uncertainty, that's more the scientist in us that are speaking here. Voila, so thank you for the time. And if you have any questions, obviously, feel free. I'm obviously part of a broader project, so here are the faces behind all of this. Voilà, feel free to reach out later on. Thank you.
Well done. Perfectly on time. Okay, so our last but definitely not least, we want to invite up to the stage Marita Werter from Food Transition Coalition. And we have Noah Wietershoven from Robin Hood Food Coalition.
Robin Food Coalition, yes.
Robin Hood Food.
Without
Robin Food. Yeah, no hood, just Robin Food. Okay, and you're going to talk about the hidden bill of SCBA, and I won't spoil what SCBA stands for.
Oh, okay. We'll do that. Thank you. Nice to meet you, and thank you for having us here this afternoon. My name is Marita Werter. I'm working for the Food Transition Coalition. That is a Dutch NGO working on accelerating the food transition. Our mission is a healthy life on a healthy planet for everyone. Personally, I'm very much inspired by the 7 generations principle of certain indigenous cultures, For each decision they make, they look at the consequences, the overall consequences of this decision for the next 7 generations. That's another approach for more holistic decision making and steering of society. And with that, for you, Noah, to introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. I'm Noah Widdershoven. I'm the co-initiator of the Robin Food Coalition. It is a coalition active in the Netherlands of 100 small to medium enterprise companies, all active in the agri-food sector. And what do we do with these companies? We help them make their impact transparent and commercially relevant. We try to find new revenue streams and try to reward farmers for the ecosystem services that they provide. We do some market development, and basically we try to unlock the collective intelligence of this coalition and foster collaboration. So that in a nutshell. Over to you.
Yes. And now for the,
Yeah, that was
next. Yes, this is one. So now for me to reveal what the SCBA stands for. Last year we asked Deloitte to make a societal cost-benefit analysis of the Dutch agri-food system. We looked at the societal cost benefits, so apart from economic, also the ecological costs and some of the health costs. We looked at the current status of the Dutch agri-food system and also to 4 cumulative alternative systems going towards a more net positive system. We looked at the impact on the planetary boundaries and also on the impact on the nutritional value being produced by the system. The alternatives we looked at not so much reflect for us the realistic path forward we foresee in the near future, but serve more as a touchstone for policy. And we hope, as a result of this societal cost-benefit analysis, to create realistic pathways forwards with other stakeholders in the system. So our goal is to move towards a net positive agri-food system. And we raised ourselves the question, how do we make this take off? Would be interesting later today during drinks also to speak with you. How do you look at this? We developed a 3-fold approach, the 3H we call it, head, heart, hands. Head refers to the rational approach we did with the SCBA. Hands has to do with the pathways forwards we would like to create. And heart is about finding commonality. Now Noah will go deeper into the analysis we did.
Yeah, so allow me to explain a bit more. Oh yeah, we have some black and white stripes. Allow me to explain a bit more on the head dimension of this study, which I understand is a tricky endeavor in a room filled with scientists. But let me try to do anyways. So basically we conducted a study, as Marita said, called The Hidden Bill. And we started to analyze what is the status quo of the current food and agricultural system in the Netherlands. And we defined around 4 different variants that built on top of each other to see what would happen with that balance, the cost and the benefits. In the costs, we included things like biodiversity loss, climate change, nitrogen cost and emissions. And in the benefits, we primarily looked at what is the added value of the primary sector. I still need this slide for a bit longer. As we can see in this slide, the 4 variants that we proposed, if you look at the current status quo, you see that the added value of the primary sector is around 13 billion. But the costs that I just proposed are around 18 billion, leaving a net negative value of minus 5 billion. If we then go to a few of the variants further, the first one would be that we would adopt 100% extensive forms of agriculture in the Netherlands, which is quite ambitious already as a first step, but yeah, this was a theoretical exercise. You saw that you can already lower those, that net negative value. And if you then also include some smart innovations, those are innovations that are already existent, so no inventions. So it's mainly due to the electrification of your machinery, renewable energy sources, and smart and precision agriculture. You, for the first time, see a plus balance of 2.7 billion. And then the third scenario, which is kind of our preferred scenario, or well, the one that we always try to work towards. You also, of course, include a protein transition shift. Based on the Eat Lancet diet, you see that we now go for 30% animal products and 70% plant-based in the protein production. And to me, this is something that we can really work together as a sector. Because this is a theoretical exercise, and because we are allowed to then also make some weird claims, we also try to look, what would it now mean if you would need to stay within the planetary boundaries and give the Netherlands some sort of a budget? Well, that would mean that you would lose probably around half of your production. But we will dive into that a bit later in a second. Then, the scope and boundaries. Modeling is, of course, always deciding what to include and what not to include. And because we specifically wanted to look at where the actual impact was, kind of based on the Pareto principle, we really focused into the primary production of Dutch farmers, based on what is going on the land. We, of course, also included then the impacts of the import of inputs, such as animal feed. We are, of course, also responsible for all the soy that we are importing from Brazil. So we need to take that into consideration. And afterwards, we also looked at what happens if we export those products and what goes to the consumer market. What we did not include, and we, of course, had some discussions with others about this, and I'm happy to continue those, are, for instance, all the products that we import in the harbor of Rotterdam and that we immediately export again, because they leave very little impact on the land in the actual Netherlands. And the same goes for processing facilities. Also, that is a minor part to play compared to the primary sector that we did include. So that was our rationale behind that. And then for the next slide, let's see. But even if we would include the bigger agro complex, that of course would mean that the balance would shift to a more positive number, but the delta would still remain the same. So the proposed delta between the different variants that we proposed would still shift. So for us, it's about reducing societal costs, and we're not so much worried about what then the actual balance is between the uplift and the downlift. Well, then, of course, the question arises, can we still feed our population? A very relevant question in these days with all the geopolitical tensions. Well, you see that in the status quo, we could feed the population in terms of calories around 2.5 times. And in, well, sort of our proposed scenario number 3, it would be 2.2 times the amount of people that we could feed. If you go to the reduced production scenario, falling within the planetary boundaries, it's 1.2 times. It also kind of makes sense because, well, we allocated the planetary boundaries budget based on population. So that would mean that you would be exporting to other countries. Okay, also next one. Yes. Yeah, so this was the most extreme scenario, of course. Especially getting towards the climate goals of what the planetary boundaries stated, you would need to reduce drastically to around 47%. On the one hand, you could indeed argue, well, the scenario before, we are still producing twice the amount of calories that we would need. So in that case, maybe you're also allowed to have a bit of extra budget in general because you're producing for other countries. I can imagine that reasoning. At the same time, there is quite a big difference between local impacts and global impacts. And the global impacts, such as climate change, are very clear. You could reduce them in other sectors and by having international agreements. But for instance, phosphor, nitrogen, water use, land use, they of course all make an impact directly on the Netherlands. Hence, we do need to take these very seriously and try to reduce them as much as possible. And we also need to ask ourselves the question, do we want to produce so much in, okay, we're going to continue, otherwise this is I'll take over so much of yours. This one you can all have a look at later.
Okay, now we move to media attention. The SCBA got quite a lot of media attention in the Netherlands, which was very positive, we think. It was an article on the front page of one of the leading Dutch newspapers, which brought a lot of attention to the subject. For us, we said, okay, it is important also to tell the uncomfortable truth in order to move a subject further. We also got a lot of criticism. We got criticism from scientists, but also from LTO, for example, the large Dutch farmers organization, who strongly opposed to the analysis, with, for us, also a risk of a standstill on the subject. So how do you deal with this? Because, of course, our purpose is to move the subject further. Okay, one other thing. On a Friday, the article appeared in the NRC, the Dutch leading newspaper. The day thereafter, there was a cartoon published in the same newspaper. Fokke en Sukke, that's in the Netherlands quite a famous cartoon. And apologize me for the language, but just to show something funny as well. Here, Fokke en Sukke are members of LTO Nederland. And Fokke says, we reached out to EY for a second opinion. And then Sukke says, because those woke motherfuckers at Deloitte are not to be trusted. So we thought that was kind of funny, and hopefully humor can also help to build bridges. Topics for follow-up research. When Michiel asked us to present here today, he also asked us to think about criticism and how we could do some follow-up research. We thought about that, and we think it would be very interesting to have a dynamic multi-capital model on the Dutch agri-food system in place with feedback loops. So you can actually look at all kinds of alternative systems and see what they will impact, what impact they will have on economic, ecological and social capital. Would be very interesting to have thresholds in place, include minimum requirements for social capital parameters like the income of, or the affordable income of the households with lower incomes, and also farmers' income. What will different alternatives mean for farmers' income? Would be very interesting to include food security and to elaborate on health costs. Now we have only included the health costs that arise on the production side of the system, but of course on the consumption side of the system there are also many health costs. And at this moment, the cost of water pollution are also not included. The second age. By zooming out, it's sometimes possible to find commonality. Ask questions like, what world do we want to live in? What world would we like to leave behind for next generations? Appeal to the human in everyone, in scientists, farmers, people working at NGOs, policy makers, and hopefully this can give a different perspective to the discussions. We also developed a set of basic principles and moral guidelines to zoom out discussions with topics like water protection, farmers deserve dignity, take responsibility, well, several other subjects. And we like to use this to create more perspective or a broader perspective in dialogues. And then the last age, hence, pathways forward. We talked a lot about true cost analysis today. We think this is a very good basis to discuss pathways forward, since the main hotspots and externalities are analyzed, and this really opens up a way of discussing with other parties how to create pathways forward. I would like to make two concluding remarks. The first one is, I think that a precondition for making the food system more sustainable is to do it in a just way. and to take into account all the stakeholders and, well, discuss this with them. And the second one is that formal structures in a transition no longer apply. So it is necessary to include the new stakeholders that are often represented by civil society, and it will take a lot of going back and forth between all stakeholders to look for pathways forward. So then the last slide. In our opinion, just multi-stakeholder co-creation drives transition. So let's work together on this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And just so you know, LTO is here with us today. If you're going to have a... Do we need to separate them or we... Yeah, that's good, bringing people together. So one more time, I'd like to give a big round of applause for all our speakers today. Wonderful job. Thank you for that. And don't go home yet. No time for beer yet. Now we have the third part of our sessions today. And this is the COP panel discussion. And is that... I'm off work now, actually. I'm free, right? All right. So I'll hand it over to Michael. It's been a pleasure being your host today.
Well, we will thank you later. And please... yeah, the last part of our program, or actually not the last part, is the third part. We have the last part is the drinks, of course, and also maybe the most important part. We're now going to the COP, the Community of Practice. Some of the COP members are here today in person. Some of them, I see, well, at least about 10, 15 of you. Some of them are online. We cannot actually see how many there are online, but in a moment, I think Miroslav, maybe we will find out when they react to our Slido. But the COP panel is scheduled until 5 o'clock. We are 15 minutes behind schedule, but I think that's okay. We can take that out of the wrap-up. It will not be at the expense of the drinks. So. In this COP panel discussion, this is the final gathering of the Community of Practice. We have envisioned a three-part panel discussion that will be introduced later by Miroslav of Pedal. My job here is to welcome the Community of Practice members, but also the other people in the audience and online. So you can consider yourself now officially, well, maybe not officially, but unofficially members of the FOODCoST COP. And we invite you all to join this session. I think this is the agenda. So I will do an introduction. Then there is the Research and Innovation panel, which is about the priorities for research on true cost accounting for the next 5 years. We have heard a lot about that already, and well, we'll take 30 minutes to discuss that further in the Community of Practice. Then there is a panel on policymakers. How can true cost accounting meaningfully inform policymaking, and what needs to happen for it to be more widely adopted? It's also going to summarize, I think, a lot of the discussion that we already have had today. And then we have a business panel discussing what role can true cost accounting play in shaping future business models and what would motivate companies to adopt it. This session will be an open session. It's broadcasted live online, so we are not actually sure who is listening, but I still encourage you to speak your mind and be open on your opinions. I see a future where TCA is used, maybe not always as quantitatively correct as we as scientists would like to. We have seen today in the discussion that to have, well, a a meaningful estimate, a almost complete estimate, a good direction, that's already quite important. And TCA can be used to internalize externalities. And for that to happen, we need a set of integrated incentives. If we say we leave everything to the market, it will be fine. We know now that there are externalities, so we wait for the market to react. That would not work. We need incentives. And those incentives can be positive or steering in a more pushing way, or they can be pulling. They can be incentivizing through other means like subsidies and education, etc. Which we've seen in the FOODCoST project. We all need that in a good balanced way. I have written down some of the elements that I took also from the various methodological discussions today. So they are just 6 bullet points from my mind. They might overlap also with the previous speakers. An empirical basis for the valuation is important. So we don't actually need to be certain to full 100%, but we do need to know that what we are measuring, that it's empirically at least sound, and that we know what we're talking about. It needs to be transparent, so also in the documentation, where when you apply a method, at least it needs to be transparent which method you applied. And I think that the examples today have shown that that it's mostly very transparent. Everybody, the last few presentations have presented outcomes also of true cost accounting studies. And I think that that's all quite transparent. So we can look at it and we can discuss the outcomes. Then the research on social impacts, that's also been mentioned a lot today, needs to be improved, but also some other aspects. Well, water was also mentioned by the last speakers to incorporate, but especially I think that on eco and human toxicity, biodiversity, land use and soil quality, and ecosystem services and animal welfare, there's things to add to the current methods. It's all there somewhere, but it's not as complete as we would like it to be. Open databases, further development of open databases, very important. And then standardization to the point that it's meaningful. I mean, we know that standardization is and harmonization of methods, is a desire that many people have, but I feel also from the FOODCoST project that harmonization serves a purpose, but it also limits our development in a sense. So to have different methods, as long as you're transparent and open about how you did it and for what purpose you use it, that is fine. Mr. Santini from the Commission highlighted the fact that for consumers it might be really confusing to have different methods. So maybe on the consumer side it would be good to choose one and to further standardize then for other purposes. And then also very important, and said before today, to really apply it in use cases to start implementing true cost accounting. That would be also my recommendation. And I leave it to Miro to introduce the first panels.
Yes.
And then
thank you. I'll make my entry and quick introduction. From my part, very warm welcome to all the stakeholders that we have here and to the community of practice that joined us today. I'm Miroslav, one of the project partners from Pedal Consulting in a FOODCoST project. We've been responsible for operationalizing the COP, if you will, the community of practice of FOODCoST, which is a community of 30 plus external experts that we gathered in order to provide feedback, discuss, co-create the results that we produced within FOODCoST. And we thought that we already met 3 times during the project for this fourth and final plenary meeting of the COP. We thought that we could do something special and profit, if you will, from all the stakeholders that we have in the room. So we set up these 3 panel discussions, and they are centered around 3 target groups that FOODCoST had, and for which the results of the project are mainly meant, and those are the research and innovation, the policymakers, and the businesses. So without further ado, I would like to start the first panel and welcome on the podium once again Frank Bunte from Wageningen, who will moderate the panel, and Professor Joachim von Braun from the Bonn University, Rosanna Crawford from the TCA Accelerator, and Pietro Galgani from the True Prize. So please, for all the speakers, all the panelists, I would say, if you are in the room, please join us here on the podium once again, and Frank, yeah, as well. Okay, everybody's here, I'm delighted. And while you take your seat, I would just like to profit once again from what Michael said. If you are joining us online and you would like to join the discussion, there's a QR code for Slido to ask the questions that I will be overseeing here. And also for the audience, please don't hesitate, because you've been listening a lot today, I think. So now it's also your chance to react before the drinks. Please.
Thank you very much, Miro. I send a few more specific questions to the panelists. But before I start, because the title is Priorities for Research on TCA for the Next 5 Years, what are the priorities according to you?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Frank. I think we are really together building something huge. We want to change the way society does accounting, because we see a radical need for it, and it has become clear. There is so much to build. I think everybody in this room that is building methodologies and doing research has already their focus area, and I would urge everybody to also specialize so that you can accelerate and go faster. I can speak for myself. For the next 5 years, we really see a priority in, we work a lot in the food system, we also work outside on accounting for nature and biodiversity on land, and also linking the planetary boundaries idea. It's really nice that the speakers from Robin Food Coalition, they talked about planetary boundaries, but I also urge you to not talk about it like it's a flight of fancy or imagination scenario, because of course we are all on a planet that has boundaries. So the reason why we want to change the way we account is so we are able to survive and thrive on the planet. And of course we are really far from it right now. We all see it, I think, here. But then I think we need to integrate planetary boundaries in the way we do accounting, and eventually we also need to get there.
Is this on? Yes. Hi. For those of you that don't know, I thought I would quickly introduce the True Cost Accounting Accelerator. We were set up in 2021 by the TCA Community of Practice. And for most of last year, we were running an engagement process with the TCA community, virtually and in person. And we recently published a True Cost Accounting Action Agenda that brought together all of those insights and has 22 actions across 5 action areas. So policy, business, research and methods, broadening the coalition, and also communications. And I wanted to quickly touch on communications for the future of research, because one thing that came out clearly was that we have this wealth of TCA case studies, knowledge. At the moment, it is disparate and held on different websites, or maybe even on shelves. And how can we bring together all of this knowledge to see what the key recommendations were? What were the key findings? And where did those recommendations lead to action? So that's something we're going to be focusing on in the next year. But I think for the future of true cost accounting research, maybe it sounds too obvious, but it's like I think some people have touched on why are we doing this? What's the purpose, and what do we want to change, and how can we ensure that we make that impact? Yeah.
I'd like to make 2 points. One is An important asset of the FOODCoST project is the modeling activity, the family of models. And to build on that, we had these presentations in the morning. How can this be pushed further towards connecting to things which are currently on the agenda, on the political agenda? So the post-2030 agenda, how will that look like, and how can we integrate and infiltrate TCA in that? Secondly, the community around us is even more diverse than what we have in this wonderful community in the room, especially in the field of bioeconomy. There are about 60 countries which have written themselves bioeconomy strategies in the last 10 years. And implicitly, these strategies have embraced a true cost accounting, lowering the footprint of the economy, mainly on the environmental front, not so much on the social and health front, but health is part of that. So connecting to these communities which are ready to absorb the type of research which the FOODCoST project has made, I think is important. My second point relates to how can we connect with implementation research to what the EU currently does. I give you two examples. The soil strategy of the EU and the water strategy of the EU implicitly connect to what we are doing. So the soil strategy of 2021 and the water strategy of 2025-26, I think would benefit tremendously from knowing more how true costing can make these strategies even more meaningful and reshape them. So rather than waiting to do TCA across the board, let's connect with implementation research to what is happening and broaden our partnerships through applied research.
Thank you very much for your answers. Pietro, if you talk about boundary, let's say the boundary, the limits, let's say the Earth poses, and that probably implies that you need to have a perspective on the future and future generations. How should TCA pick that up a little bit more specifically?
Can you explain what you mean?
Well, I mean, let's say if we use up all the oil there is in the world right now, and there is less available for the future. And that's probably one of the reasons why we get to our, let's say, to the limits of the boundary. And if we, let's say, if we destroy nature and biodiversity and ecosystem, something similar applies. How should we pick that up?
I think there is the environmental boundaries. I also very much favor social boundaries or basic rights. I think the planetary boundary science is not exact science, but they've done a lot of work and there is a lot of consensus that these topics, the planetary boundaries indicators, they are really what we should protect. Actually, when they started, they came up with a conference bigger than this one, people from all sorts of environmental science topics. And they actually converged to quite a small set of planetary boundaries that we have to protect. And oil reserves, for example, is not one of them. Because, you know, we might run out of oil and then we have to do without. But, you know, climate emissions are. Same way with nitrogen, phosphorus, and conserving ecosystems. Also, for the first time with the last year's EAT Lancet Planetary Boundary Report, they also quantified novel entities, they call it, so toxic pollutants, which is very important for how it links to crop protection in the food system. And that's, also something very important.
And Mr. Van Braun, have we been able in the food project to go into implementation? Have we gone into implementation, or are we stuck a little bit in pure accounting and saying these are the costs and this is what the most important, let's say, topics are?
Well, let me in the first place underline accounting is tremendously important. If you serve on a company board or so, the second most important thing besides firing the CEO or hiring is to do the annual assessment of the accounts. We need to do the annual, and not only annual accounts of true cost of food. I don't think the project was purely theorizing or practicing accounting. The consultations which we had with practitioners, stakeholders in business, in policy, for instance, in our work in East Africa is just one example, but we also had these consultations with the business communities of the trading and processing industry here in the Netherlands. Not here, over there in the Netherlands. I think there are a lot of stories to be told from the FOODCoST project that should turn on a broad community. I think with this background, we can influence processes which also have multi-stakeholder processes. I point to the United Nations Food System Summit process. The next stock taking will be next year. You know, they are on a biannual basis. So I think they are hungry for, and that process has already been influenced by true cost accounting since 2021. So connect to that, I think, is an important opportunity.
If I, let's say, go to the questions I posed to you, one of the things, we've done a lot in the realm of the environment. And we've done less with respect to health and social capital. What should we do, according to you, in order to enhance our knowledge in those fields?
I feel like I should disclose I am a social scientist by background, and I do not do TCA assessments. But I was thinking about what was the perspective that I could bring from the engagement process we ran. I firstly wanted to highlight that we articulated TCA principles that went through a community consultation process. But I was just talking this morning, actually, with Olivia, about the fact that one thing that came through really clearly was this need for TCA to be more accessible. And a lot of the people that attended the different events who were more from producer organizations or SMEs, smaller SMEs, working around the world were like, how can we use true cost accounting to communicate the value of what we're doing, to advocate for support from policymakers and so on. And so it was like, how can we create some kind of TCA light tool, which we've called a starter kit in the action agenda. And one thing, that I was thinking about was, well, if we're moving, or if the purpose of the starter kits is not to have university researchers or consultancy researchers come in and collect the data, but rather to have the producer organizations or the SMEs collect that data themselves, how do we enable them to collect that data, and what would that look like? So probably would be turning that back to all of you, but just something to think about. Maybe let you guys cover this one.
When it comes to social costs, I think for me, I would also invite everyone to think more about living wages, living income, labor rights, because they're very important in the food system, exploitation, like forced labor. not only in the global south, but also in the global north, there is a lot of exploitation of migrant workers in agriculture. And this is sometimes a blind spot because it feels like these topics are far away. I think it's good to keep it in mind. And we published last year a new child labor methodology, which I'm curious if you're going to use it, what you think of it. And I think there is more to do on publishing forced labor methodologies. And for this, I think it's always a bit difficult to put a price on certain things. But it is a debate that we need to have unless we decide to leave it entirely out of true cost counting, which I think would be a mistake. Because then we will be optimizing only for the problems of a certain type of people.
I think we should also look at citizen science and experiments, voluntary experiments with communities at the consumer end. The project had examples of that, and I think it would be good to amplify and build on that. That could mobilize citizens, media, social media. I think using digital opportunities in broadening the scope for true cost accounting with people is an opportunity in the next 5 years, given the runaway of what's happening with digitization.
I have one follow-up question to this, and then I want to go to I have one more question for this, and then I want to go to the next topic. This morning you talked about the importance of theory also when it comes down to, let's say, social capital. In LCA, let's say in the environment count you have LCA. Is it as easy in the social sciences to come up with social pathways? Or is it, let's say, do we have to do more than we do in the environmental realm?
Some tough questions. Well, my social research was like community-based, but I'm not sure how useful it would be for true cost accounting. But one report I was thinking of as you were speaking is the, what was it called? Natural Farming Through a Wide-Angle Lens, which was done by Just Impact a few years ago on the Andhra Pradesh community-managed natural farming project in India. And they did some really nice measurements of social capital there on knowledge exchange between especially the women in the community. So I was just thinking, would that be one good example of, social capital that was, I think they did say they struggled to measure the social capital, but maybe that's a nice example that could be used.
Let's remember Elinor Ostrom, Nobel laureate, who has given us a framework to bring research into TCA social capital connections.
I can add something also. LCA field, already in the 90s, researchers were coming together to standardize how it's done. While social LCA, this process was started in the 2000s, but it never really came to completion. So that's why we're behind. So how much energy is put into it.
Okay. One quick question then before we go to the audience. When it comes to databases, researchers also want more. We talk about, let's say, aligning databases. What should the priorities be when it comes down to, let's say, investing in data?
Shall I go first quickly?
Yeah.
Another action we've got in the action agenda is establishing a TCA data commons. I think it's brilliant. We already have this excellent database by TMG and True Price on the true cost of food products. Yeah, obviously the issue of data came up a lot throughout this engagement process, and we've been speaking to the 11th Hour Project, who are already doing some work on data commons. So it would be like many databases nested within a commons. This could be public data. So one thing that was spoken about was engaging bureaus of national statistics on how to collect TCA data so that public data could be more appropriate for TCA analysis. And then also data collected by producers, but that would need careful sort of frameworks in place using data sovereignty principles, ensuring that those producers are compensated for the data. But yeah, I think, as someone said, getting to the place where data is collected but then used multiple times.
Damage, remedial, and abatement approaches need different data. We need them all. Secondly, any standardization needs appropriate data that can be generalized, but also made context specific. Our big challenge is the contextualization. So, soil data are meaningless if you don't contextualize them in the pixel, in what context soil is being degraded and what's the alternative production methods to come back to sustainable soil and land use. So these are, I think, the two big challenges to connect to the approaches of true cost accounting, which I mentioned, abatement, etc., and contextualizing. From a global perspective, we need some minimum standard serving data. Maybe expanding the information that the FAO Codex Alimentarius could serve as a framework for true cost accounting.
Otherwise, I go to the audience. Noah. Can
I still ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you so much. I must say, it is about the planetary boundaries. And it is also directed to you, Pietro, but also to the rest. Because this is really something that goes very deep to my heart, and I think to almost everybody here, right? This is one of the single most motivations why most organizations are now working on this topic, and I'm very worried for what the food system, what kind of impact the food system has on these boundaries. And that's also the reason, of course, why we included them in the study. And at the same time, I also know that after we did that, that was exactly the place where we got the most backlash from other parties, because it has such drastic implications. So my question to all of you, and maybe also to you, how do we get people on board? How are we going to reach these boundaries? How are we going to tell the honest story? And at the same time, let good not be let perfection not beat good. What is the saying? Sorry.
Impact above perfection.
Impact above perfection. I hear next to me.
The ikigai.
The ikigai, exactly. That we are also hearing. So, yeah, I'm very curious to your thoughts on this, because I struggle with it. That's why.
I think actually we're all on a secret mission. Because we all know that it's not our food system, it's our civilization is destroying our house, our home. We kind of know it inside, but it's not really cool to talk about it in a business setting, in an institutional setting, because the system, of course, has created a lot of prosperity, and it seems like the only possible way out is to demolish the system, which gives us prosperity, and we also don't want that. I think we don't know how the solution looks like, but we have to keep that as the goal. We want to thrive on Earth together. How are we going to do that? And I think accounting is a part of it. Of course, changing business model is a part of it. Changing the way we consume is a part of it. Different policy is a part of it. And I think the secret mission is to have acceptable professional institutional conversations, but always try to push it one step further and keep in mind and remind people that actually we need to get to the planetary boundaries, like you are doing.
Do I have more questions in the room before I
give the...
I can also quickly answer. Was it this one?
Yeah, I mean, if we don't, then you just react briefly. No, there is no question anymore, is there?
We answered all the questions.
Yeah?
On planetary boundaries, I think have made a tremendously positive contribution to mindset. And mindset matters. They are addressing about half of our problem, the environmental. We don't have sufficiently translated the planetary boundaries and what they mean for health, for social safety, for destruction of cultures in the world, which matters so much. The analytics of several of the planetary boundaries are very sound, especially on climate. Others can be questioned. My personal problem is the planetary boundaries are too planetary. You can destroy half of the world and then the planetary boundaries would be fine if the rest of the world is okay. That's the equity issue. So who? So I think it's good that they make us think. And that's the most important aspect of it. That's why they belong into the schools and in the civil society debate. But true cost accounting also needs to be context and local and needs to reach individual behavior and state policy.
Okay, we have to move on. I want to give a warm applause to the panelists.
Yep. Thank you very much once again. And I would like to encourage everybody, what you already done during the lunch break. Now will be the time after we end the panel discussions to reach to the panelists that we have here if you have any other questions. But now we'll move on to keep the time a little bit. And I would like to invite the panelists for the second panel, which will be moderated by Professor John Thorgerson. It will be Pascale Di Rubo from the DG Agri, Olivia Reimer from the think tank TMG, and Wilco de Lister from the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality. And once again, also I would like to invite whomever is joining us online to ask the questions through the Slido. The QR code is displayed on the slides over here. Thank you. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mira, and welcome. Thank you for this excellent panel to be here and help us discuss, which is probably like the policymakers panel is about discussing the policy implications of what we've been doing in food cost, and of course the next panel will speak about the business model implications. But so the general question that I've asked you to contemplate on before this panel is how true cost accounting meaningfully can inform policymaking and what needs to happen for it to be more widely adopted. And of course, I can't think of anybody more suited to answer these questions than the panel that we have here today. We have already heard a colleague from the EU level, but we haven't actually heard until now today a member state perspective. And we've heard reference to that many of the things that we're talking about will be implemented at a member state level. So we're lucky to have Wilco here from the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture. Wilco has not been formally associated with the project, but he has worked with true cost accounting for a long time. And the Netherlands is maybe the member state that has most explicitly spoken about this concept in its policy. So I want to start with you and ask you for how true cost accounting, like if you could explain to us how it has inspired policy in the Netherlands and how it, like, so to speak, how ambitious the policy plans is, what is the next steps, what can we expect in terms of utilizing in a meaningful way, informing the true cost accounting in Dutch policy, and what needs to be, you can also put in like what needs to happen there, but please start.
Everybody hear me? Yeah, it's working. Thank you, John, for having me and having the opportunity to speak to you about Dutch policies. I think that we, as a government, have a long track record on this movement. I believe from 2010, 2011, we are involved with the movement. Facilitating knowledge institutions and NGOs to having a debate on the methodology and working on making the cost also to action, as a previous speaker spoke about. And I think that the thing that true cost accounting is helping with is it is a holistic approach, and it talks about what we call an ecosystem of stakeholders. So there's not one actor that is responsible for the impacts and also to reduce those impacts. So you have to have collaboration with all those stakeholders. It's governments on a regional level or a national level, but also in businesses on sector-wise, knowledge institutions, the NGOs, the civil society, and consumers. So we all have to work together to get results. What also is important that when you look at it on a longer period of time. So in your vision 2050, for example, we as a ministry put true cost accounting and true pricing in our vision as a mean to help shift and shape the future of the food system. So to acknowledge the fact that this may be a bit of a technical subject or topic gives you insights, and that's the first step that's also been addressed, that you have to measure, to look at the impacts, measure the impacts. And the thing that stands out, I guess, is that you can monetize it into a euro, into something that you can to compare sectors or products or product categories. And that is something that we want to support further, and not only help it on an academic level, but also in applied studies, because I think it's important that businesses, for example, can use the methodology in an easy way. So if you look at major future for pathways to the future, then maybe someday we have an app on your phone as a small business entrepreneur, and just saying I'm a potato producer and I want to see the impacts of my product. So use that app and use the databases just as easy as we used it for other things. So that is something that can help to make it more practical, and that is something that, as a government, we can support.
Thank you for that. One thing I lacked in what you were saying, and maybe that's actually very telling, is actually implementation. I mean, you talked about visions and research and so on, but you didn't say anything about some of like the practical things we've had on the table during today, like carbon taxing or sugar taxing or labeling, or the various things. How far are we to this kind of applications or using true cost accounting for that kind of application?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm happy to answer. Actually, in the Netherlands, we are working on a sugar tax and implementing a sugar tax. So that is something that it's going to be done in the future. But I think we have to be aware of the fact that it is not about one instrument itself. In this seminar, we talked about taxation, subsidizing, setting a default, for example, and you need all those instruments. And I guess what you see is that we don't use the word, maybe the word true cost accounting as a whole, but parts of what is in true cost accounting is already done. Maybe not that much in agriculture itself. If you look at energy, then we have taxation on the use of energy, and consumers already pays that. And agriculture is lacking on that part. I think a lot of recommendations already stated that. But then, on the other hand, we have to be aware of support on political grounds, but also in society itself. It has also been addressed, and that makes it really complex to make a policy as such on just a subsidizing instrument or taxation. Okay. And actually, we don't have that in agriculture in the Netherlands at this moment.
Thank you, Wilco. I think that illustrates the situation in all member state countries, all of these things that need to be in place. Of course, then some of it can be solved if we move a level higher, like to the EU level, and get better frameworks. Pascal, what is... you've been an advisor for the FOODCoST project all the time, and I know you've also been working with these principles here. Like, what are your... Could you tell us a little bit more about how the true cost accounting principle can meaningfully and will be applied at the EU level? What can the EU do in terms of, and what are they going to do in terms of using these principles in the policy process and maybe creating better frameworks for the member states in this respect? Please.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I think three reflections from my side concerning this point. As policymakers, I think both at EU and national level, we are currently in a context, geopolitically speaking, but even furthermore, if we see how processes are accelerated by effect of climate change and so on, that more and more we are confronted with taking decisions and trying to address trade-offs. This is basically our daily job at the Commission, but also at national level. And certainly, indeed, we need to make sure that we can take decisions on evidence, and that's important, and that's where I think the TCA comes as an important instrument to support our decisions, also through our impact and evaluation studies on the Commission. Certainly, we know that there are trade-offs between food security, competitiveness, sustainability aspect, and how to balance all these trade-offs. And also, let's not forget, there is a global dimension in our policy. Europe is not a standalone continent, but more and more we see that our effects have multiple impacts inter-countries. If you think about the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and the impact on fertilizers in such a delicate geopolitical context, that we had to provide some flexibility on a very short period of time in order to prevent big impacts on the agricultural sector. What I'm trying to say on this first reflection is indeed the time component. The time is playing a role in the sense that we need to show also agility and a capacity to adapt to a fast-changing geopolitical context. And this is important that we put also our discussion on TCA in the broader picture. The second reflection I have with you is that we are now in the full speed of implementation of the vision for food and agriculture. So Europe has a vision for 2040. We see that coming from the farm to fork strategy, from the previous mandate, moving forward with the vision for agriculture and food, one thing is clear, and we are trying really to operationalize this principle, is the bottom-up approach, stakeholders engagement. We heard before, we need solutions that are adapted to different contexts, to different sectors. And so often these top-down approaches do not work. We have seen in some cases that we had to rechange our way of working. And this is now the new methodology that the European Commission is implementing. It comes with a big cost, because engaging and finding solutions on the ground takes sometimes longer, but we think that it can make much longer, bigger progress, bigger impact than just one solution, also considering our diversity of sectors we have in Europe. And then the last reflection that it's really embedded in the vision for food and agriculture is this idea to move from prescriptive conditions to more incentives. We have seen indeed that as policymakers, our objective is not to adopt simply a regulation, but to go till the full extent to make really a positive change on the ground. And that's the big difficulty, because we see also sometimes we have a lack of enforcement, problem implementation issues, and so on and so forth. And so in the vision for agriculture and food, the European Commission is trying really to make an effort to move away from these prescriptive conditions, moving more towards the incentives. So we are speaking more about credits, carbon credits, nature credits, as an incentive element to work together also with the farming community. In this respect, the Commission, and I think the TCA can also help to structure the work. The Commission is working on a sustainability compass at farm level. So the idea is really to harmonize a matrix in order to agree on a common language when we speak about sustainability at farm level, what we mean and how it's calculated. And I think TCA can certainly, the experience, all the knowledge of this project can feed into this reflection. We have already an expert group at EU level with a number of stakeholders, member states. So in that respect, there is an interest from the Commission, and we have indeed also shown with the financing of this project that we want to make progress in this area. And of course, it takes time, but we think that already the project shows concrete, tangible result on which we can build on. Yeah.
Thank you, Pascal. And then Olivia,
Maybe
we
I
already
can-
had you introduced earlier, so thank you for that. But
I would
what are your
react directly to
yeah,
this
yeah,
if you
that,
like.
that was what I hoped you would do.
I've been asked to be the devil's advocate, so I've already apologized. I think the time for incentives is over. I think businesses had a long time to set themselves their own ambitions. The Paris Climate Agreement has long been around for companies to set their climate strategies to be on the 1.5 degree goal, and we have the UNCCD, we have biodiversity targets, we have land targets. I think businesses had time to show that they want to set themselves incentives, and there are many businesses who want to do this, but the issue is they don't have a level playing field. We have an economic system that allows businesses to systematically externalize costs and not put this on their own accounting sheet, which means that sustainable business models are systematically in a better position to thrive economically. And I think it's the policy's role to create this level playing field and to incentivize, and here we're on the same side, through regulations and economic systems that has the goal, and here I'm also slightly different, opinion of internalizing externalities, so they're no longer externalities and just costs like any other costs that we account for, and that we set in a condition in which sustainable businesses can thrive.
Most of what you said here sounded like a question to Pascal, but what about the member state level? Like, so I think there is a division of labor here, like in terms of, I mean, level playing fields. But let Pascal respond to that. But I hope you also have some that maybe push a little bit to Wilco.
No, I think it might sound some diverging views, but I think we are saying the same thing, in the sense that there is a need to create a common playing field, and we have seen this, that national approaches sometimes create even more distortion for the internal market. And in this, indeed, the Commission works to create the right enabling framework to have a fair competition among operators, because in the end we work in an internal market context. But at the same time, indeed, so far, I mean, we see that we come from a very regulatory approach. I mean, in the last 20 years, we cannot deny that our effort has gone towards regulating on different dimensions. Of course, there is, as you said, a shared responsibility also with member states. There are elements left to the member state where the Commission, the European Union is not acting on. But we see more and more that experience at least confirms that we can make that extra mile by creating the right framework for the uptake of incentives. And of course, also when we talk about subsidies, we often talk about the CFP. We are in the middle of now the negotiations for the new multi-annual financial framework, the new Common Agricultural Policy 2034. And of course, all these funds and incentives from the Commission side, from the EU side, comes also with a set of conditionalities. We have a do not significant harm principle that is now a cross-cutting principle in the funding framework, the conditionality rules for the CFP. So I think our effort and our challenge, and of course we are acknowledging it's not an easy task, is to balance this incentive approach with a more regulatory approach. And then, of course, at the end of the day, where we set the bar of sustainability is a political decision. In this respect, as Commission, we rely a lot on the co-legislators. The Parliament and the Council are the two political institutions at EU level, deciding really where to set the bar of sustainability. And that's, I think, important also to put in context these elements. Yeah.
Were you done, or did you want to add something?
Maybe a question. Isn't it time for 2027 for the Common Agriculture Policy to be a common food systems policy?
That's a good question.
Yeah. No, thanks. I think this is a question that has been on the agenda, on the table for already some years. The idea to build really a common food system policy, a food system agenda. And I think this is still on our agenda. I mean, we are working, and we more and more we see, I mean, the farm to fork strategy, the biggest achievement of this strategy that is really the experience that now we are building on is this systemic nature of our work. I mean, we are more and more recognizing that what we do at farm level has an implication on other part of the food chain, and vice versa. If we talk about organic farming, we need to talk also about public procurement in canteens, and so on and so forth. But indeed, you can name it in different way. We are acting in a sectorial way, trying to use the screw in order to generate this systemic changes. Of course, we are also aware that some topics, and let's not shy away, have generated diverging views at EU level. If you think about labeling, it's a topic that has generated diverging views. There are clearly different approaches promoted across member states, across stakeholders. And this is why we think that engaging with stakeholders in these food dialogues, now this is what we are promoting at EU level, trying to reconcile these diverging views, that's for us the way forward, indeed.
Okay, thank you. Very elaborate answers, but like we have, I've understood, time for one question. And over there. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for all the contributions. Again, my name is Kai Schlegelmilch. I'm from the German Federal Environment Ministry. And I'd just like to pose some questions.
One question.
Yes, one question, okay. But the context of CAP reform is that the eco rules which we have and the conditionalities are being withdrawn. So most of the green rules we've been introducing over the past 30 years have been or are about to be abolished. That's the real fact. So I don't really see the incentives in there. So my question is, again, like I posed it to Fabienne earlier, what about that framework directive that you have been drafting in the year 2000 on nitrate and pesticide taxation? Will you revive that again? Because that would be a reasonable, fair way of providing a level playing field, which we've been talking about. Because that is all about how business can work in a reasonable way and how the vision of agriculture and food can really be reasonably implemented. So that's my main question, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all you get to ask. I'm sorry again for you, Pascal.
No, but I will be super short because I think the question deserves a clear reply, which is no, we are not scrapping the environmental ambition of the Common Agricultural Policy. So all the green architecture is embedded in the future CFP, both in terms of conditionality, in terms of minimum spending target on environment, on biodiversity, on climate adaptation and mitigation measures. So the main goals remain. What we are changing is the delivery mechanism. Indeed, all these conditionality measures before were defined in Brussels, and we have heard many criticisms from all over Europe that what was decided in Brussels was not working in Finland or in south of Italy or wherever. We needed much more place-based solutions. And now this is exactly where we are going. And so I think it's important that we don't pass the message that we are scrapping, but on the contrary, we are reinforcing this effect of impacts through a different way of delivering the same thing. And then on the taxation, there indeed, I'm afraid that we are not going for the time being too far. Indeed, we can discuss why. But indeed, we are in the middle of the evaluation of the nitrate directive. On the pesticide, there are also initiatives ongoing. But the aspect of taxation, indeed, is something that we are, for the moment, not touching upon. Yeah. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Pascal. And thank you to the panel for this discussion. Let me just say, there was many more issues we could discuss and many more questions. 25 minutes is brief. We have quite a number of publications on policy recommendations from the project that are to be found on the project website. So those of you who want more inspiration, please go to the project website. And thank you again. Thank you for a lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much once again to the policymakers panel. And as John said it, please feel free to continue then the discussions over the toast. And before we proceed to the toast, last but not least, I would like to give the floor to our no, sorry, not yet, to our business panel, which will be moderated by Professor Philippe Bae, and joined by Jerome Remmers from TAP Coalitie, Sophie Meckel from Rabobank, and Fabien Delahaye from Danone.
So, last panel. So that's a great news. And I think we will address another issue about this question of business. And so we will have more testimonies of what is done in business now for this progress towards decreasing the impact of our food systems. So that's the purpose of this panel. So I will not be long because we had already a lot of concepts. So perhaps I will give you the floor first, Sophie, to present yourself and say what you are achieving to integrate TCA in your business model.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you so much for allowing me to say something here. My name is Sophie, and I'm representing Rabobank, which is mostly a food and agricultural bank outside of the Netherlands. Within the Netherlands, we also have a portfolio for private clients and mortgages and everything you can think of. So a little more than 2 years ago, we published our vision, in which we reflected a lot of the philosophy of the TCA philosophy for the agri-food system. So we said we are doing a lot of things for the agricultural sector, have a high production methods, but at the same time, it's also reflecting on what we are doing with the rest of the world. So mostly on environment, but also on biodiversity and animal welfare, water quality, what you name. And we think, actually what TCA also thinks, in order to create a more resilient food system, we should also integrate all those factors in a way how we measure for a producer or a product. But then you come to a point, how do we do that? The level playing field is missing. So what we did is we went across all different food companies in the value chain, from farmer organizations to retailer and everything within. And we asked them, so this is our vision, how do you look towards it? And we surprisingly got a lot of positive feedback, and all the organizations said, well, I also would like to do that. We think that's the good way forward. However, if I do it, but my competitor doesn't, then I will just lose market share. And it's not a wise commercial decision. So we said, okay, let's work together competitively on a way to create a language that we can measure, compare, and reward sustainable practices on farm level. Last year, we came together with more than 20 parties, representing the Dutch government, the financial sector, the retail organizations, the processors, the farmer organizations, and the input providers, and we're now currently working together to create that language, harmonizing different methodologies, and to look how we are going to integrate this in our business models. We call that true value language. And for us as a bank, it would mean that whenever this language is developed, we should also take it within account of our risk models. So whenever a farmer or an agricultural producer is coming to the bank for a loan, that we not only look at their financial performance, but also what they do for the environment and how we can also assess the risk based on that. So I had 5 minutes. I hope I stayed within.
Before giving the floor to Jerome, I have one question about reward, because if you reward everybody, so you will need a lot of money, no?
Yes. However, I think in this new system there would be a place for both the intensive producers and extensive producers. But if I as a bank would give interest rates, I would maybe give the one that producing more environmental friendly will get a lower interest rate, but not only us as a bank. We should also make sure that the processor will also integrate that ESG assessment in their price premiums and the retailer as well. And then you have a system in which you can combine those different rewards. And then for each and every party, it will only be a fraction.
Okay, thank you.
And, I'm sorry, I also believe that this will result in having a lower risk for us as a bank, lower portfolio risk, which means that we will also face less risks for the producers to pay back their money because their production went, like they don't have any way to produce when the soils are not working anymore.
Thank you. It's clear. So, Jerome, same rules. So, if you can present yourself and then explain in your coalition how you integrate this business model for TCA.
Thank you. My name is Jerome Remmers from the True Animal Protein Price Coalition. So our mission is since 2019 to translate the insights from those TCA mechanisms and food cost insights into practice at company level, but also at policy level. And we are a coalition of 80 partners, including farmer organizations and food companies and catering companies. And for instance, some of our partners, like catering company Vermaat, is testing it for many years in practice in catering locations using those insights, which increases prices a little bit. And sometimes consumers can voluntarily choose to pay it or not. And we tested it ourselves also in 3 universities in the Netherlands, where we had the concept of price differentiation. So we only used the true price calculations for the meat product, because this is most impactful in terms of the impacts. So the prices were increased of meat in those 3 catering locations with 40%, more or less. While on the other hand, we reduced the prices for healthy and sustainable food products with 9%, which is symbolic for 0% fat rates. So vegetables, fruits, and vegan meals were reduced in price. And this led to very exciting results. The meat sales went down by 20%, while the sales of the healthy food products were 6 times higher, which had the impact of 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, it was more like the national dietary guidelines. It was more healthy. So now we want to scale these examples in more catering locations. We will publish a white paper on how to do this and how to use the revenues from the true price of meat and dairy to reduce the prices of the healthy foods. So this is an example, but we also have farmers in our as partners, and we want to help them to use TCA, but in a way that the government will act and creates a level playing field. For instance, start with a moderate meat tax of just 10 euro cents per 100 gram of meat, which will generate a lot of money, and use that money to support the farmers, give them more subsidies for animal welfare improvements, which cost 1 billion euros per year if you want to do it properly, for climate investments, which will also cost 1 billion euros per year. So use those tax revenues to support farmers. And this is also what shows in a survey we did among Dutch livestock farmers, that a majority of them support this kind of proposals. In fact, it's also part of the LTO, our agriculture organization's vision 2030, that an eco-tax on food can be used to help farmers with additional subsidies, which will make their investments pay, because 6 out of 10 farmers in the Netherlands are not paid well enough for their environmental activities. So the supermarkets don't pay them enough. So the government can help them to add value to this as well. So this is what we think TCA Insights can bring towards farmers and consumers. Yeah.
What about the 4 out of 10 farmers that are not good in environmental performance? They are not opposing the project because some of them, they will be taxed. They will have this taxation. So for them, it's not a good news.
No, the tax on meat would not be for the farmers, but at the supermarket level.
Okay.
So the consumers pay a little bit more, and then this money is recycled by the government towards subsidies to the farmers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, this is the idea. But I know in Denmark it's done in a different way, and I saw it also in this booklet that the carbon tax on livestock is promoted as a recommendation. And of course, in the Netherlands we also had consumer surveys that 93% of consumers support also the Danish model and agri-ETS, which is the emission trading scheme, which now works very well in the EU for energy and industry. It reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 50% just by having a right price. And this model could work perfectly also for the dairy industries and the slaughterhouses with a CBAM import tax on meat and dairy. So this would be my recommendation as well, and excluding then organic food products from those ETS systems. That would be a recommendation that also is supported by many partners and companies as part of our coalition. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And now we will have the big stick because Fabien Delard is coming from Danone, and Danone is one of the 10 biggest companies on the food industry. So probably you have a lot of power to change the systems. So we are very interested in knowing how you will do that.
I don't know if they have the power to change the whole system, but we have some of market power for sure. Maybe a quick word about Danone, not to say what we do, but we are kind of a strange animal within the food sector because over the last 50 years we have been built actually in our DNA over what we call a dual project, whereby we are trying to pursue economic performance as well as societal performance. What it means for us is that basically we are convinced that sustainability without performance has a low impact, because you can be great in terms of sustainability, but if you are very small on the market, then you don't change the system, as you said, Philippe. But at the same time, of course, if you have only financial performance without sustainability, you have no future. So basically, we are clear that if we don't do anything about our souls, about the souls in the farms where we source, we will not exist in 15 years. Because we will not have milk, because we will not have any production. So this realization, basically, that we absolutely need to do something about the so-called externalities is very clear for us, and that's what we have tried to do over the last 50 years, starting with the shift, for instance, not starting, but materializing, for instance, with the shift in our portfolio, whereby we got lost of very profitable products to focus on the healthier categories, because we believe that they are better for people in the end. So in that, basically, when we talk about shall we change the system, or the motivation in a way to, as Olivia said, change the externalities into something that is integrated, basically the motivation is clear, is that as any company, we want to have a lasting, profitable business. That's the principle of any company. And because we are a food sector, we are heavily dependent, again, on nature, on people that are providing material for us and that are creating value within our company. So basically, given the state of resources and given the reality of the market, we cannot do but internalizing the externalities. So basically what we have done over the last years is to have a clear, not a sustainability strategy in a way, but a sustainable business strategy, whereby we are very clear on the dependencies and the impacts that we have. We measure them in routine, the outputs that we are creating, and then we have a clear commitment and a clear roadmap. So then the question that you had on the slot is not shall we change the system, because I cannot answer that, but what is the use of TCA? And indeed, for the last, I would say 5 or 6 years, we have tested different parts of TCA for different objectives. And what we've learned from it is basically that I would differentiate the core of the TCA, and Henry talked about it with impact assessment versus valuation, for instance. So I would distinguish the core of it and the outputs. By core of it, I mean all that leads to understanding your dependencies, your impacts, whatever outputs you are creating in terms of carbon footprint, in terms of water footprint, in terms of impact on living wage of your producers. Understanding basically what you are creating as an effect and what you are relying on is very important, and that's where the thinking about the impact pathway, the thinking about the TCA is very key, because then you analyze the risks that you have for your business and the opportunities that you can create on the market. So for sure, the risks are generally easier to identify, to be honest. But the TCA process, the thinking process, the reflectivity process that Henry mentioned is a core thing that we have integrated in our strategy. And then the fact that you are clear on the outputs enables you to define your roadmap, because then you can define your targets, your clear KPI, and we integrated that into, in terms of commitments, we integrated that into, for instance, the incentives that we have for our general managers, for our executives, to be clear that the roadmaps that they have on sustainability is not something on top. It's part of what they will be evaluated on. Then we are a bit more doubtful or a bit dubious is on the outputs of TCA. And we talked about it with the different valuation system, etc. Because I think what we've learned is that we need to be more tailored to the audiences that we're talking to. What I mean by that is that when we are going to the costing approach, and you described that, Philippe, earlier, we are generally costing it from a societal perspective, and we basically compute the impact that we have on healthcare, for instance, on society as a whole. And that's where basically it doesn't speak to all audiences. When you want to speak to payers, such as yourself, or in insurers, definitely it's interesting, because it's the way they will evaluate your project. So having some kind of societal valuation in a standard TCI way can be useful for this kind of audience, for this kind of projects. But basically what we have seen is that when we are just computing, for instance, the effect of reducing your water intake into the benefits that it creates for society, our people internally, they say, okay, great, that's great for society, intellectually that's very interesting, but I don't see the connection with my P&L, with my profit and loss account. I don't see the connection with basically what I need to handle every day or every week. So I think there is a core root. First, there is a technical and ethical limitation to societal valuation, and we also talked about it today. So there are many things that in terms of monetary evaluation is disputable. But more importantly, if we want to talk to business leaders and we want to integrate even more sustainability into their everyday decision making, what we need to focus on, and what we are trying today, is to understand the outputs that you have, your carbon footprint, your water footprint, and whatever effect your project can have on that, but turn that into the potential effect that you will have on your profit and loss account. Meaning, what is the cost of inaction? What is the value that you can create if you do something about it? What is the value that you can create if you open market opportunities because you have reduced your carbon footprint, because you are creating healthier products? And so it's a pivoting of TCA that we are trying to implement, and we have started to do that, whereby you use the core mechanism of TCA, but beyond, instead of going into societal valuation, you want to speak to your internal audience, therefore you value it from a company perspective.
I have just one question, because we have no more time, and you need just to give me one figure. So yes, because I'm in line with Olivia about the question of urgency, but listening to you, the risk assessment, the process, the dynamics, you were really in a more long-term or medium-term than previous discussions. And so the question I ask you first, Fabien, is what is the time horizon of this conversation? Because the balance between societal risk, societal opportunities, and profitability is not the same if the horizon is 5 years, the horizon is 10 years, or the horizon is 25 years. So each of you, what is your time horizon, your favorite time horizon, I will say? Just one figure.
I have several figures, sorry. No, but to be clear, our sustainability commitments, and therefore the way we're going to measure it, is a 5-year horizon. 5 years is a good horizon because your horizon for a general manager is 3 months. So, of course, you need to divide these 5 years into annual objectives and then trimester objectives. But, of course, as a company, you want to build it not for 5 years. You want to build it for 50 years. So as someone said, I think it's Petro you said about the planetary boundaries, you want to keep your eye on the long-term horizon, but in order to drive your business, you need to have up to 5 years, and that's the maximum.
Okay. Jérôme, the time horizon for your project and changing the...
Well, 2030 is a magical time frame for many policies, at least in the Netherlands and maybe at EU level as well. Yeah, this is about less than 5 years. So we have to act fast and implement the proposals that are recommended by the FOODCoST project. I really hope the results are distributed among policymakers in ministries of agriculture and climate and health and finance, because they are the ones who have to implement it now, in my opinion. And at EU level as well. I did an AE ChatGTP question, how to implement the FOODCoST results in EU policies, and then you see the amendments in all the laws we have in Europe. So it's easy nowadays. Yeah, I hope this can be done, and then in 2030 we will have a food system which is more healthy, more climate friendly, aligned with all the goals we have. But we need the policies and the pricing policies as well, and the subsidies. Yeah.
Sophie?
Well, I also wanted to add something to what you said, Fabian, because I do very much agree with what you say. We as a corporate, we are cooperative and we are very society-driven. But still, in the end, it's all about being commercial as well, because without being commercial, you cannot do the right thing for the world. Yeah. What we also saw when we were trying to talk with all those organizations that are now included in True Value language, is that when we told them that now with the CSRD, everyone was trying to create their own system to report on their sustainability progress. They were investing a lot of money on that. And by doing it together, we could also decrease the amount of money you were spending on creating your own system. That was very much convincing them to also join. So it's also sometimes about changing the story and look for a way how it can benefit both the system and the companies that are joining, and try to look in a more commercial way. To come back to your question, we have as a horizon that in 2040 we really believe that we should have this true value system in which TCA is completely integrated. But for True Value language, I hope that within now and 2-3 years, it will be operational.
It gives a lot of hope. That's great. So we have still time for one question. No more. Okay. So I don't know if you have an extra remark or you are, as everybody, keen to have a drink. 2 suggestions for the drink, because there were 2 elephants in the room, but you didn't notice them. One is competition between businesses, and the second is exportation, because I remind you that EU is the first exporter of food product in the world. And these 2 words were not pronounced during the day, so perhaps an opportunity to open the conversations with a drink. But there is a wrap-up first.
Thank you.
Thank you to the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Philip. Thank you to all the panelists once again, and on behalf of also the FOODCoST community of practice. And I guess before I leave the floor to Michael for the closing remarks, I would just like to say how Philip invited us and Jerome as well. Please take a look at our website on the FOODCoST Project EU, I believe it is. We produced a lot of good exploitable results that can be uptaken for all the 3 target groups that we have. And the nice gateway to all the results, I believe, that we produced is in your bags that you received today, so please take a look on it, and the leaflet will guide you further. Thank you.
Thank you, Miroslav, for organizing this excellent community of practice panel. Really interesting. I have some closing remarks before we go to the drinks and refreshments. First, Eric, thank you very much for assisting us today with moderating the sessions. Yeah. Second, Mauricia Castellari and Alessia Careccia from APRA, who have put together this whole event and did a great job in organizing it. So a big hand for them as well. From LOBA in Portugal, Ana Mendes and Marta Reis, who have worked on the communication, getting you here, and helped in organizing this event. Also, thank you very much. Miroslav, you've just seen him, but also Leia Belusova from Pedal in Slovakia. They have also done a great job in hosting the community of practice and getting the stakeholder involvement in the project running. We hope to continue this stakeholder engagement with you. The FOODCoST project closes, but we will still be involved. So thank you very much, Miroslav and Leia. And then there is one person from Wageningen. She's in the far back. It's Alexandra Mensel. And I forgot to put also on this slide Eric Wijnen, who joined the project management team later. She has been an incredible help to the project, to not only the management team, but to all the partners to get everything arranged with the administration and the finances. So thank you very much, Alexandra. And the audiovisual team is also present in the back. I want to thank them because I think that everything went well today, which is, for me, I think maybe the first time that it went so smooth. Thank you very much. And then before we go to the sketch artist, Alessandra Safiro, for seeing what she made out of today's meeting. I also want to thank Willy Baltussen. Come up, Willy. Willy Baltussen was actually one of the great initiators of this project. 5 years ago, I think it must have been, that you and some others came together to orchestrate this idea of making a European project on true cost accounting and internalization of externalities. Now we are at the end of the project, and Willy has retired in the meantime, actually last week. So he cannot officially be in his role as coordinator at this moment, but thank you very much for putting it all together. Present on behalf of the project management team and the partners. So finally, before we go to the drinks, the sketch artist, can we put the drawings online or not? No? I hope so. Or if we can't, it will be shared later, I think. Oh, Yeah, so it's a visual minutes of this meeting. I think all the important things are there. We will carefully study it and report it as our final recommendations. I want to thank you all for coming. To me, it has been a very informative, pleasant, and successful day. I must also say that not all the partners from the FOODCoST project have gotten even attention today. There are some partners, and I'm looking at Nuremberg, for instance, who were not able to speak during this event. That doesn't mean that their contributions are forgotten. They are really important, and you have been, I think, actually the champion publishers of the project. So I want to give also a special applause to you. You've published many papers and important deliverables, which will be all available, of course, on our websites. The deliverables will be up after their final approval by the European Commission, which might take a few months, but we're sure to share it with you later. Thank you, and then I would say enjoy the rest of this meeting and spend it on conversation about true cost accounting, internalization, or other topics. Thank you very much.